start, there is in the second story a lot of traumatizing SA and the R word and some drug abuse and use. So if you do not like this kind of content, just be careful. The second story is pretty intense. So having said that, welcome to my channel for the first time, or welcome back to my channel. If you would be so kind as to hit the subscribe button in the right hand corner, click the subscribe button, I would greatly appreciate that. And if you like this kind of whispered, scary, terrifying, true and not true content, I do both, please hit that thumbs up button. And if you really want to engage with the channel, which would be fantastic, please leave a comment. So the first one is by you/MaliaGirl1131.4, and this is on r/nosleep. My wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. My wife Lynn and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together, has been so very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I cannot stress enough how out of character this whole situation is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, thoughtful. She always has been the no-nonsense type of human being. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she would normally do. I promise you, I cannot stress how strange and bizarre this has become. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks, practical jokes, none of that sort. It is not just her cup of tea, and that's fine with me, but that's what was so strange about this entire situation. Everything about this is so unlike her. I should also add that she has never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, mental health issues do not run in their family. No, some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we have been together, I think I would have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I would not be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix of caffeine. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hallway towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes, a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips. "Jesus, Lynn," I said, wiping a few drops of coffee off my pants. "You scared the shit out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight, like she had just disappeared. This interaction was really weird, totally out of character for her, like I said, but I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious, I guess. I shouted that I loved her and called her a little weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her giggling, giggling, giggling. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly was not something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. Okay, fine, I thought I didn't even bring it up, and neither did she. Life went on as usual. The next incident happened 3 days later. At 2 a.m. in the morning, I am woken up to get a drink. I was standing in the kitchen island, jug of OJ in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face looking up at me. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking black eyes and grinning. A weird, strange grin formed somewhat like the Cheshire Cat, but a little bit more sinister. I screamed, I admitted. I screamed like a little baby. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment I was terrified. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, even yell after her. I just stood there, frozen in shock, wondering what the fuck had possessed her to do that. Alright, it took me a little longer than I'd admit to go back upstairs, but eventually I did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side, sound asleep. Or at least pretending to be asleep. I just stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she really was asleep. And she was deep asleep. I had this weird feeling that she might jump out at me at the last moment as I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed and she didn't even move a muscle. Her breathing was soft and deep. I was starting to wonder if I had dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about last night. So, what about last night? I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over a cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue as to what I was talking about. You were peeking at me again. From over there, I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze slowly, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. You creep me the fuck out sometimes, you know that, I said. She giggled and set her cup on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. Well, honey, you creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even, she teased. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove to work, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but I don't know, I still didn't feel like everything was okay. It didn't sit right inside of me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes Sometimes she would be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all had the trunk's old hinges not given her away. She had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. I'm not gonna lie, this was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth what was she doing? I mean, really, what was she doing? But she didn't answer. She just slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away feeling utterly disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing all of this, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the games quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her odd, weird, eerie pranks, and I was relieved, trust me. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was just joking. For the next few days, I could not stop thinking about what she had said, that she had just gotten better at it. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just had noticed? Could that even be possible? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy myself. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. It was around 9 p.m. I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. Slowly, I opened my eyes and almost had a fucking heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red and deep black, as if she hadn't blinked in quite a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did she smile, ever waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black, long streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was beyond terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut hard enough to rattle the mirror and scare the living shit out of me. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I was not going to put up with this crazy shit anymore. Bat shit, crazy shit, I'm telling you. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom. Stop to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound. I pressed my ear against the bathroom doors, straining to listen. I could not hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some flippin' joke. If it was a joke, it was an awful joke. What the fuck, Lynn? I snapped. This shit is getting really annoying. I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan, so quiet. I wondered if I had heard it at all. Then complete silence. Lynn, I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it, I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, ever, in our 11 years together. But there was nothing, just the occasional drip from the shower head. I'm not gonna stand here and tell you that I was not scared. I'm too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which felt like a lifetime when you're scared, of course. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom. I got down on my hands and knees, and yes, I peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully, it did not. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but there was no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open the door. I slowly turned the lock with shaking fingers and was about to yank it open when I hear a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan or growl louder than before, but this time I was able to tell where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door, as if in slow motion, and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes still wide as ever, her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque, gaping smile I'd ever seen. This time I didn't scream. I was too scared to scream. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the stairs, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, teeth chattering in my head, either from fear or the cold. I'm not really sure. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still wet. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every phone call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what the heck happened. I told him Lynn and I had to fight, but I didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, or my wife was crazy, leaving my wife over a prank, or if it was a strange one. I mean, I don't even know what this is. Hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I wanted her to relax and loosen up, to sleep on their sofa, but my brain would not let me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she had been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She never left the fucking bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a light rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams of Lynn's smiling face. All of her different faces came back into my mind. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt really drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I would not be going home unless she gave me her word she would never do anything creepy again. I wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that when that familiar feeling came over me, I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbling down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she had been there, but something told me she had been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid and enraged with anger. My anger trumped any fear that I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palms against the glass. Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home, I shouted. Now. But she didn't move. Not a muscle. Her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs, as if Lynn could hear them from her place outside. Her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife, Rebecca, hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she had been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping from the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to seeing Lynn watching me through the window. They were skeptical. I mean, come on, who wouldn't be, right? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there was no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Chris shook his head and said, animal, probably. Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it all to them. I called off work that day and turned my cell phone off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her, that no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought sad me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her, give her one last chance to explain what in the world was going on with her. I could at least give her that. After 6 years, I told myself, and 11 years of being together, I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Please just come home. And more of the same, all texts telling she loved me and she wanted me home, how worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy, batshit crazy shit she has been pulling, like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You would think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. Look, I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation. However, if you saw the way Lynn looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry because it's not my place, but is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know. She's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I've been dealing with. Look, people change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married and you fell in love with. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever is going on, I'm sure it can be fixed, she said, ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife, but how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing to me. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset, very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink into my brain, and when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin. Wait. What did you say? What do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually as if that fact was not nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't. Yeah, she stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work, she said, cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her card, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck, listen to me. What did she say? I need to know everything. Did she come inside? I asked, sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began to look around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no, just said to let you sleep, she said as she washed the dishes. That's all. She didn't say anything else, I asked. No, she looked awful, though, like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she had not come inside. Still, I needed to double-check that the doors were all locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love her, honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed, but I didn't even know where to start. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? Should I call a doctor? Should I call an EMT? Should I call 911? And besides, what in the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she had been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet. Not yet, anyway. Those words, that thought kind of rolled around in my brain. I didn't know what to do. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting, but this wasn't some prank. Something about this all felt wrong, dangerous even, like something sinister lurked between and beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in the presence of the doctors? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband would do in my position. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on the best of terms. We never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person. It wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank and stoic as before. She gave off an aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. In all honesty, I'd have to say I'd only met her twice, and both times were such short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad we were able to move 3 states away, so we did not have to see her very often. I was happy to avoid that woman, but I needed her help right now. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did, so I gritted my teeth and did what I had to do. Yes, she answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. Look, I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it? You want to discuss Benjamin, she said, coolly. Well, it's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely. And I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. I was quickly interrupted. It's a bit difficult to follow you rambling, Benjamin. What is it that you want from me? She asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. Look, I wanted to know if you'd ever noticed any odd behavior from Lynn, or possibly were there any mental health issues in the family, I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was thinking or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, this is not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has become very erratic lately. I'm very, very concerned, worried, and distraught about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well. I said, my frustration evident in my voice. Well, dear, if you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me. She snapped. I couldn't tell. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up. For some reason, I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn, I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. Mary Ann, what's wrong? I started. Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Ever. Goodbye. I tried to call out, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I don't know. I could not understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something in her words I'd missed. After a while, I almost gave up until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she had been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate for answers. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter, how she'd hidden in the bathroom peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, creepy, odd maybe, but I don't know, not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube, Rebecca offered it only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I'd readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car was not there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we had seen her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets, like he was going on a fucking stroll through the damn park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too. He walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. What do you guys use to clean the floors around here? Shit, Chris mumbled. Shut up, I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark, despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room carefully, checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling out her name. Why the fuck are you looking under the couch? Chris asked eventually. Aren't we looking for your wife? He was looking at me like I was a moron. Let's just go upstairs, I whispered. He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed down the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. Look, I don't think she's here, Ben. Why don't you pack some clothes and we will try coming back tomorrow or something, Chris said. I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet, soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a quarter, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes. Lynn must have collected from small animals, and I wondered how she had gotten them, and shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with Becca's shoe addiction, but fuck me, well, your wife's in here collecting eyeballs, Chris said, gagging. Ben, I think we should go, he called from the hall. I'm getting nauseous. All right, I grabbed my duffel bag and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue, and I couldn't help but gag. Who in the hell lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? Chris mouthed. I tried to tell you she needed help, I said. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs an exorcist, he said. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell anyway. His words died in his throat and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. Christ, I whispered as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife, Lynn. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making, a sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. Unnerving, to say the least, wide eyes and that same huge smile. Lynn, I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little moments as if she were nodding. Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that? I asked. I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. I love you, Lynn. I love you, Lynn, I kept saying, softly taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver and her eyes grew large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. "Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding," I said. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. "Oh my God, Lynn, you are bleeding," I said. Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. You all right in there?" Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Lynn, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris. The way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. "Are you bleeding?" Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast scooting out from under the bed and glass shards still in her hand. "Chris, run, go," I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in pure rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus Christ, Lynn," Chris said. You playing hide and seek?" I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass, Chris," I said, quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. "I only want to help," I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her, and then she started sprinting towards me. Grinning with utter excitement, thankfully my body took over and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt this searing pain in my back as she went, but I opened the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word. I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the phone with 911. I watched the rearview mirror. Sure, I'd seen her there, running after us, but I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course, Lynn was not there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. Somehow I is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her. Maybe they'd get her help she desperately needed. But now I don't think so, because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words. I found you. And a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help. I'm being watched. Roommate by Anonymous. Everyone has heard of the movie Single White Female, or a version of the story. A woman breaks up with her boyfriend and befriends another single woman who becomes her roommate, then becomes aggressively jealous when the owner of the home starts dating her ex again, making the roommate vicious and deadly. Jealous enough to kill and take her identity, slowly changing her hairstyle, color of her hair and clothes, so on and so forth. You get the picture, right? Back in 1995, this became my reality, more like my nightmare, except I was the roommate who moved in with a woman who wanted more than just to be me. She wanted to own me. She wanted my life, my friends, everything gone. And this is what she did. She would go to unimaginable lengths to make sure I was dead. Or at least I wish I had been dead. And the next few paragraphs or pages, I will recant every event that left me homeless, dead on arrival, in jail, and eventually a slave and prisoner to this woman I now call my wife. All within 6 months of our first meeting, my life went to amazing to a pure hell. How does that happen? Well, I'll tell you how this happens. Meeting Laura Valentine was just as normal as any other beginning to any other friendship. We went to the same gym. She would take my aerobics classes and love to have lunch at Luna's Cafe, which was a holistic organic cafe adjacent to our gym. She, Laura Valentine, was your average gym rat. Great body, obsessed with her looks and body physique. Her robust, energetic, and alluring personality drew me in instantly. I was hooked on day one, like a drug. Her laugh was infectious and everybody wanted to be her friend. Stunning green eyes, greener than the deepest emerald you could ever imagine, stared into one's soul, captivating, almost hypnotic in many ways. But this would not last long. That beautiful goddess would soon turn into the Medusa that you read about, that turns people into stone in a blink of an eye. I had no idea what was happening until it was too late. 1995, 22 years old. Me, high energy, blonde, blue eyes that always welcomed new adventure. opposite, I guess you'd say. Physically, yet not in a bad way, but more in a good way. Men were attracted to her sexy sensuality, which was accentuated by her large, beautiful breasts, tan, lean figure, long, curly, dark hair, and those eyes, only her eyes. She could melt any man or woman to their knees. She knew the power she had over both sexes. Her voice, sultry, slightly rugged at the edges, giving off a Scarlett Johansson or Miley Cyrus appeal. You get the picture. The intoxicating appeal I am describing versus me, who was really little, 5'5", 100 pounds, in good shape, but my hair was long and straight and blonde. My breasts were beak up at best. But I had a great ass. I met that. When we went out to clubs, people noticed Laura Valentine, always front and center, me trailing on her tail, chatting along with someone completely oblivious to what was really going on. I didn't care. Why would I? I was 22. Sex was secondary, even third or fourth, to a great night out, and it was always with the same man, Stephen. Yes, for years I had the same intimate person in my life. But I just could not commit. I was too young, too aloof, too free. I don't know, whatever the excuse was that week. I could not find myself tied down. But that's not important, except when I finally broke it off, because I met Alex. He was a Greek god, and all I wanted was him. But let me take you back a year prior to meeting Alex. Laura Valentine was my best friend and only friend that I had. I didn't know it then, but now I can see her isolation techniques. I had many friends, and once I met Laura Valentine, there was only us. Nobody else mattered. At first, everything was exciting, electric. The VIP rooms, $300 bottles of Cristal flowing like water, men and women envious of our status in clubs. I admit, the feeling at 22 was amazing, never having experienced such frivolous spending. The freedom, I thought it was freedom, was refreshing, a fairy tale, the quintessential lifestyle any 22-year-old dreams of. What I never questioned was where she got the money or how. And how her including me into her small group of elite upper-class citizens would be my downfall. Because once Alex entered the picture, Laura Valentine pretended to be full of happiness until her need for sexual pleasure from every man or woman that surrounded her took over her facade, and the games began. I don't remember now, but I was around 1:25 in the afternoon on a Thursday when I was introduced to Alex. Immediately noticed me, walked over with such confidence, my heartbeat raised into my neck, my face flushed red with excitement. His energy, body, his eyes, his voice, his hands, all screamed for me to be in them, on them, and I could not say no. Within days we were inseparable. Yet Laura, searing rage and jealousy, never reached my conscious self until weird things started happening. I can't even begin to describe weird, I guess. Weird, strange, and on the verge of horrific insanity. Men started coming in to our apartment, lots of men. In Laura's bedroom, her door opened. A good, beautiful body, gently rocking back and forth. Her experiencing intense ecstasy, but her eyes opened. Her green, beautiful eyes that looked evil stared at me with such insanity. The scene was less shocking and more disturbing with how much hate glowed in those green eyes. I could feel the hate emanating from her body as she was pleasuring herself on some random man, not just one but multiple. They had all been there with her, using themselves and herself, her body, at the same time. I didn't even notice because of the intense stare that locked me in to her. All of a sudden I came to my sentences as Alex scooped me up, lifting me up into his large arms and took me into my bedroom. His eyes stared into me as if he worked to get me back to reality. He asked me if I was okay. And what the fuck was wrong with my roommate? Sophia, he sapped. Immediately I was back to earth. I have no fucking idea, Alex. I don't know. Never has that been something she did, or she never, I don't know if she did, she never made it a public show, that's for sure, and I've never seen any of those people, I swear. He told me right then and there how she tried to unbutton his pants at the club the other night, revealing that she was wearing nothing under her short skirt. His words twinged a pit of jealousy, a sick feeling in my gut. Sophia, I told her to get the fuck off. That's why I came rushing into the ladies' room to get you. What? I thought you didn't feel well. He didn't. He was sick with what Laura had done to him, what she wanted him to do to her while I was in the restroom, knowing if he accepted, I would walk up on them. I shook my head. No, Alex, she is my best friend. Alex's eyes filled with fire. No, Sophia, she's not. Tears filled my blue eyes that turned jade with fury. The next few months, things kept getting weirder. The men were over all time of day. Many, so many I couldn't even count. I had no idea who these strangers were. Alex worked days and I taught aerobics classes, so he made sure I would not be alone with the odd, random, strange men that cluttered our house. He sat me down one night and said, "Look, Sophia, move in with me. It's safe." My head just dropped. I shook disapprovingly. No, Laura would be so pissed, and I'm beginning to become quite afraid of her. The other day, I watched her smoking something with some guy, and it made her eyes roll back into her head. I reached her bedroom door, and the man got up and slammed it in my face. Alex, he slammed it in my face like I didn't understand. I was just trying to help my friend. I'd never seen this side of her. How can somebody keep that from you for so long? I backed up and ran into my room when she came running out, started to bang her fist so hard on my door. When I finally opened the door after the banging had stopped, it had blood covered all over the front, leading down to a large amount of blood where Laura laid, sound asleep, hands torn open and cuts deep into her head like she was banging her head against my door. Where the hell was I? Alex raged. And were quietly stated, "Oh yes, the day you refused to wait for me. Alex had been warning me Laura was changing, and it was not for good either. She hated Alex being only mine and how much I loved him." But more strange and bizarre occurrences started to arise. I opened my bedroom door to find 3 men and a woman laid out on my bed, one essaying her and another inserting her with some drug. I am assuming, I don't know what it was. I shut the door, turned to Alex, who caught me in his arms, strongly took me out into his house. This is where he begged me not to go back ever. The fear in his eyes was real, true concern in his voice. He was older than me, and I knew none of this was normal or safe, and he definitely knew it. This was psychotic behavior, he said. Where did all these friends, quote-unquote, come from? I'd never seen any of them before. Alex was furious, questioning my answers, and started what I thought not believing, that I had no idea, how possibly I had no idea that this was happening in my house. I begged him, I pleaded that she was different. I didn't know the side of her. It wasn't until we got together that she started acting this way. He just looked at me and sighed, having to accept my brutal honesty clear in my voice. But this was just the beginning of Laura's personal mission to ruin my life. All of a sudden, we heard bang, 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 bang. Jesus, Alex, who is at the door. He gets out of bed and looks through the side window, seeing a crazed Laura half naked and crying that she loved me and wanted me to come home. Alex yelled for her to leave, but she just kept saying until he finally opened the door. Without warning, a silver, shiny blade appeared out of nowhere and impaled his stomach. As he realized what happened, his eyes were wide with disbelief. I was at his side in moments, 911 on the phone. Laura covered in blood as she ripped the knife out of his abdomen and twisted it. And she took off. Tears streaming down my face. I love you. Please do not fucking leave me. I could only hear myself say over and over, "God damn it, Alex, please don't leave me." Alex's eyes dilated as he let his hand fall, lifeless, from my face, blood filling the small, tiled entryway around my body and out the door. Before I knew what was happening, the love of my life, my protector, was dead. 911 arrived with my lips pressed against his, trying to breathe life into his empty, lifeless corpse. They had to pull me off of him, dripping in half-congealed blood. My body was limp, unable to comprehend what happened, my tiny frame hanging like a pair of dried, clean pants from the EMT's arm. I had not even noticed the blood oozing from my own body as the EMT laid me on a stretcher. The pain started to erupt into my brain. Screaming for Alex was useless. At the hospital, they sedated me. Laura somehow claimed she was not even there. Her lie was evident in my mind. But the residents that saw the murder said she was not the killer. The killer was tall, blonde, very thin, super short hair, and possibly of Russian or Norwegian descent. They said they had heard her speak with an accent. They just all agreed on this description. My mind reeled with confusion, Laura's face close to mine. I realized she was there in the room with me, and this was real. As she whispered into my ear, she ran her long, manicured nails up my leg and into my body, assaulting me so quietly and gently, whispering words in Russian I could not understand. "You are mine now," she said in English with a hushed Russian accent. I had never noticed this accent before. I know she never had an accent. Who was this woman? With her other hand, she reached up and injected a chemical into my IV. Fucking sick bitch, I thought. But as the chemical flooded into my bloodstream, her touch was intense and erotic in a sick way, making my body feel a deep pleasure as the substance did its thing. It feels so good, doesn't it, Sophia? Her voice raw, sexual, and pure evil. But she was right. Whatever she gave me made all of my sadness leave, and all I wanted was more of Laura Valentine, a desire I would never be able to get enough of in the end. So fucked up on the drug she was giving me, she was able to convince whoever at the hospital that it was best she came back home, back to her house, into my room, keeping my body always full of whatever that drug was as soon as I got up in the morning to the early morning. Laura Valentine would have her way with Sophia Aurora. I was dead, at least. Who I once was gone forever. Hundreds of men came and went, sometimes 2, 3, 4 at a time, the pain relieved by the drugs that were pumped into me, paralyzed the horrific events ravaging my body. When it was Laura and I, she also would pleasure herself with me, and somehow I agreed, full consent, allowing her to take control of my body. I guess she felt good compared to the real pain I felt. I got stronger injections. I started to agree to injecting the drugs over and over. And then I started injecting myself, addicted fully to this drug. I started taking control of Laura as we became intimate, forcing my anger into her, watching the pleasure turn to a hint of fear. Ouch, baby girl, that's too much. I kept going deeper and harder. Rage filled me. She was going to pay for my anger, my heartbreak, my pain. She grabbed my hair so hard and bit my neck that blood came spurting out. Her strong legs whipped my skeleton of a body underneath her. "You want to hurt, you fucking bitch. I will show you hurt." The torture she inflicted was fierce. Electrocution, tearing me apart, bleeding. Sometimes as the drugs got stronger, more men, my stomach grew, and yet I was thinner. Laura walked in one day and started to laugh, and in Russian she spoke to the 3 men outside my door. And then in English, so I could hear, "She's pregnant, get rid of it." Laura sniped and gave me no drugs. That was an order. Let her feel it come out of her body. It's probably his baby anyway. The words tore at my heart. No, I tried to protest. No. My heart remembered Alex, and the pain was so intense I could barely breathe. I just wanted to die. My arms and legs tied down by 4 huge men. A machine was shoved up inside of me, and I could feel the suction pull out my baby, our baby. I wanted to die. No one should live like this. No more protection. This could be a new game we play, right, Sophia? Get her pregnant, take it out until she just gives up and dies. Or maybe she'll learn. Who the hell was this sick, twisted human being? Over and over, different men assaulted me. I could feel some liquid pouring out of me. I could not tell if it was blood or something else. I didn't care. Laura was correct. I wanted to die. But her tormenting stopped one day, and she let me heal. It took months, but I healed. I got better. Still strapped to the bed, Laura would come in and pleasure just me, running her perfectly manicured nails up into me and whisper something into my ear that would let me accept her, feeling good from her again. Maybe because I was able to feel her hands inside me, I wanted more. This was her plan all along, to get rid of my will to live and then give me pleasure to abide by her rules. And abide I would. I would allow myself to be abused to the brink of death, and all would be good again, and the cycle would begin. This sick, fucked up cycle of abuse would never stop until I loved Laura Valentine. So that's what I did. I am now Sophia Valentine. I let Laura gently slide her long nails, bringing me the only pleasure I know now. Over and over I craved her. I wanted her all at the time. She brings men to assault me every day, but that's okay because she's mine, and often she injects one line with her concoction of drugs and feeds my insatiable desire over and over. Not just my addiction for the drug, but the addiction for Laura Valentine. Years ago I was young and beautiful. Now I am forever Laura's slave. Well, at least part of the time I get what I need, and I need Laura Valentine. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room by /versastal. 3 years ago, I was looking at the local job classifieds online when one of the ads caught my eye. Not because of what it said, but because it said so little. Best I remember, the ad just read, "Job available, good pay, no benefits. Discretion required." It then listed an email address, and that was it. All the time I was managing a music store, but I had already started hearing rumors. We would be shutting down within the year, and the likelihood of a transfer to another store was slim. I had been morosely looking for a job for the last few days, but this was the first one that stood out, if only because I was bored and it was slightly weird. So I sent an email in reply. Half an hour later, I had a response telling me to go to a particular office building in an upscale part of the city at a precise time for my screening. I went, and after waiting for a few minutes in the lobby, I was taken into an office where I was given a series of forms and questionnaires to fill out. They collected them and told me they would be in touch. Jesus, isn't that what they all say? I almost had forgotten about the whole job thing until a month later I got a call saying I had moved on to the second stage of the hiring process. I was given again an address and time when I arrived. This time it was a different, nice office, parked 20 miles away from the first one. I was met by a man who introduced himself as Mr. Solomon. He escorted me into a large room that contained a chair and a desk. On the desk were 2 large monitors, a keyboard, and a mouse, and a bolted-down metal box with 2 oversized buttons on it, one red and one green. He told me this room was a model for the place I would be working if I took the job. He described the job as follows. I would be working 7 shifts of 6 hours every week. My job would be super simple. I would arrive at work at 10 minutes early and enter an outer area that was like a locker room. I would have my own personal locker. I would store all of my belongings in the locker and change into the provided work attire. I was never under any circumstances to carry any item of my own into the surveillance room. I was never under any circumstances to take any item at all with me from the surveillance room. As for what I do in the surveillance room, I was told that the monitor on the left would constantly show a live stream from a high-definition camera in a remote location. My job was simply to watch the camera. Once an hour, I would get onto the computer attached to the right monitor and enter a brief log describing anything interesting that occurred in that last hour. I would have no pen or pencils or paper. I should never try to take any kind of written notes about my work. As for the red and green buttons, the red was only to be used if there was an emergency. This meant something on the video or in my work space that required outside help. The green button was to be hit if I saw something on the video feed that I was particularly interested in and that was noteworthy. I would tell other people somewhere that, at least in my opinion, something interesting was going on. Solomon stressed that while I was given discretion on when to use this button, I should err on the side of only using it if and when something of real significance, fingers in quotes, had occurred. Okay, I was thinking to myself, sounds simple enough. The man pointedly showing the camera on the ceiling of the room we worked in, he said the real room would be the same. My work would be observed and other people were watching the room on the video feed as well. He said I was only a redundancy. In case other systems failed. Okay. He then smirked and asked if I knew what he meant by redundancy, as if I was a moron. I nodded, trying not to show my irritation. I don't talk that good to people, so sometimes they think I am stupid. That's okay. Let them think that if he paid me good enough. The pay was very good, $35 an hour. Although this worried me, I was already thinking this was some kind of psych experiment or secret government job, which I was okay with, but what kind of money to sit and watch a screen? My mom always told me that if something seems too good to be true, it probably was. And this definitely seemed to be good to be true. I asked if I was going to be doing anything illegal. Solomon laughed out loud and said no. I asked if anyone was going to be hurt. Again, he shook his head no. He said the reason they were paying so much was because they needed employees that were motivated and to be professional and discreet. The work they were doing was important, and for various reasons, it could not be discussed. If I took the job, I would have to sign papers promising I would never discuss my work there, or could be sued or locked up permanently. I'm only breaking that now because of everything that has taken place. I took the job because they wanted me to start immediately. I had to quit the store with no notice. I felt bad about that, but I was excited about the new job. It was a lot of money and seemed like easy enough work. If a bit boring, I was nervous that there was something more to it, but I told myself I would just have to see. No point in chickening out and wasting a good chance because I let my imagination get the best of me. I was given the location of the job itself, and when I went there, I was amazed that I was it was really like the model room I had been shown, with only a few differences. There was a locker room you had to pass through to enter the surveillance room, and there was a small bathroom attached to the real surveillance room as well. The real room had a small water cooler in the corner, but because I was not allowed to bring anything in with me, I had to eat before or after every shift. The biggest difference, of course, was that the monitors were turned on. The right monitor was just black and white terminal like you see in the movies sometimes. I could type in my logs, but no internet to look at or anything like that. The left monitor, it was video from a room. You would call it a bedroom, I guess, because it had a bed in it, but it had lots of other stuff too. A TV, sofa, chairs, a couple of tables, and plenty of empty space in between. The cameras must be high up in the corner because I could see pretty much everything except for the sides of furniture. At first, though, I didn't notice anything or any of that stuff. All I saw was her. She looked to be a little older than me and was very pretty. When I first saw her, she was laying on her side on the sofa. There was the part of the room farthest from the camera, but the picture was very clear and I could tell that she was sleeping. I found myself leaning into the monitor so I could see her better, and then I thought about what I was doing and felt embarrassment flush over me, like I was spying on her. A peeping Tom, my mom had called it. I didn't want to be a peeping Tom, but I didn't want to be silly either. I needed to think about it slowly. It was a good job and I wasn't doing anything wrong, right? I wasn't hurting anybody. The woman looked fine and the room was nice. She probably agreed to be there and it's all some experiment or something. I was just overreacting. So I sat down in the chair and began my work. It didn't take long before I understood more. The woman I took to calling her Rachel was not there of her free will. I never saw her hurt, but it was clear that she never left that room except to go into what I think was a bathroom. My camera could not see. Well, she never left the room on her own. Periodically, a couple of times a week during my shift, men and women in strange-looking outfits would come in and take her away from the room. Sometimes I could see her struggle, but usually she would just go along with her head low. They would always bring her back, though the times when she wasn't brought back during my shift were always the worst for me. I would worry about her until I got to work the next day and saw her in the room watching TV or painting. She never looked hurt or even that upset, except for when they took her away, and when she fought, they were always gentle with her. Still instinctively something was wrong. I considered quitting the job or hitting the red button and getting someone to come so I could get some answers, or calling the police and showing them what the camera was showing me, except I was terrified. I was scared of losing my job and scared of what these people might do to me if I quit or told on them. Solomon had told me when I took the job that part of being discreet was not asking questions. I would never be asked to do more than I had already been told, but I could never tell anyone what I did or saw. I could never ask questions about what I was doing or why I was doing this. So I made excuses. This was all an experiment. She was crazy, sick. They were trying to help her. She was doing a job like I was. Yeah, that's it. Or if she was really was a prisoner somewhere, at least I was watching to make sure that she was okay. If they ever tried to hurt her, or I saw that she really didn't want to be there for sure, I could get help then, right? In a way, I told myself I was helping to protect her by watching. I don't expect you to think much of my excuses. I don't think much of them myself, especially now. But in my defense, when things changed, I didn't ignore it or try to explain it away. I knew something had to be done. Rachel would usually paint for an hour or two every day, and it seemed to be always during my afternoon shifts. The room had no windows as far as I could tell, but I guess she either used a clock or her own body's time to keep a kind of schedule. I always liked to watch her paint. The thing she was painting facing the wrong way for me to see, but I could see her face as she worked. She always looked peaceful and happy when she would paint, and seeing her that way, smiling serenely from time to time as she got something the way she wanted it, made my day. I first noticed something was wrong when she started painting more frequently a few weeks ago. Her expression was more focused and serious, and there was a tension to her movements that I was not used to seeing. At first I thought she was really trying to work hard or do something, and I wanted to tell her not to worry. Every few weeks the others would come in and take the old paintings out, bring in a new stack of, I think, canvases. But it was more than her being focused. Something was wrong. She didn't look happy, and she was going for hours at a time. In the span of 3 days, she had finished 4 paintings. I had been growing more and more worried watching her work, and when she finished the 4th, I found myself telling her to just stop and rest a while. I had grown accustomed to talking to the monitor, talking to her in my own way, but she didn't stop. Instead, she began moving the paintings, arranging them on the back seat of the long sofa at the far end of the room. This was the first time I had gotten to see any of the paintings. Even when the others were taking them out, they always seemed to be turned away from the camera. I was still worried about her, but I was also happy to finally see something she had worked on. Happy and amazed. They were absolutely beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. One was a beautiful green forest, and one was an old stone well. A third was a house sitting alone on a small island. The last was an old-fashioned looking movie theater. All of them looked like something out of a dream, with the trailing lines of color mixed in the air around them like leaves caught in the wind. It was only when I looked closer that I realized the lines of color were not random. They were words, easy to miss if you were not looking close. And by themselves they didn't seem to mean much, just the ghost of a word. Some were in each of the paintings, easy to lose, and everything else that was being shown. I leaned into the monitor and squinted, trying to read the words. Then my heart started thudding as I made them out. Blinking and rubbing my eyes, not believing what I saw. I looked again, reading them out loud from the monitor, my hand over my mouth. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how any of this could be happening. I wasn't. I don't know what she was asking for. Was she asking for help, really? Had I imagined it? It wasn't, though, if I thought about it, that she was asking for help, although it was a big part of it. The part that scared me the most is my name is Thomas. Part 2. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room by you/versastal. I thought about the camera above me and took my hand away from my face. I rolled back to the desk and sat there, trying to stop from shaking, trying to make myself take a breath. Think about it slow. The first thing was, should I hit a button? A red one, a green one, any button? Should I call the police? The red button was for an emergency. Is this an emergency? I guess if she was a prisoner or something and she was trying to escape, they might think that that was an emergency. But no one had been hurt that I knew of, and I think Mr. Solomon meant save that for something that was like a police or ambulance emergency, not something like this. But what about the green button? I believed this was something definitely noteworthy. Not only that she was crying out for help, but she was literally crying out for me to help her. I made myself stop for a moment. I couldn't know for sure she was asking me for help. I mean, Thomas is a pretty common name, don't you think? But the chances of her painting that name when I was working here, I don't know, it seemed a little bit too coincidental for my liking. I didn't want to be silly, but I wasn't trying to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Skeptical. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't want to be a skeptic either. I had to believe it was probably meant for me. Yes, that's what I needed to believe, and that was something they would want to know, right? But should I hit the green button? My hands were drifting towards the metal box on the desk. That's when I hesitated. I didn't like breaking the rules. I was scared of what would happen to me if I broke any of these rules. If they really were holding her prisoner, then they were probably extremely bad people. But I didn't know that. Maybe they were good and she was bad. But I paused for the first time since being in my head about all this. I looked back at the monitor for the first time since reading the words. Rachel was already moving the paintings back off the sofa as though she knew the message had been received. A canvas in each hand, she glanced up at the camera as she moved across the room and felt like she was looking right at me. My chest tightened as my hands moved away from the buttons. No, I didn't think she was bad. I'd watched her for years. I felt like I knew her, would know if she was bad. Strange as it seemed, in a way, she was my friend, and I was going to try and help her. I spent the rest of my shift trying to act normal and think of what to do. I knew whoever else was watching might have noticed the paintings or seen my reaction to seeing something on the screen, but I couldn't worry about that. I would try to play it cool and try to think of how I could help her. The only people I had actually met connected to this job were a couple of people when I filled out the papers, and then Mr. Solomon when he showed me the model room and told me the job. checks were deposited electronically, and I had never run into anyone else who worked at the surveillance room. With that thought, I stopped in my tracks. I had always thought it was weird that I never ran into someone else when I was coming or going. The person I was taking over for, the person who was taking over for me. Isn't that strange, I thought. I'd always figured there must be other people, other surveillance rooms even, and they just scheduled us so we didn't run into each other. And I still thought there were others. I did. Part of why I thought that was because it seemed like I wasn't the only person who used my surveillance room. The water cooler, the toilet paper, the soap, they all seem to go down faster than I think I use it by myself. If that was true, maybe I could figure out who they were, and maybe they would be safer to talk to than whoever it was that I worked for. I got off work at 8 that night. As usual, instead of grabbing some food and going home, I drove my car around the block and then parked down the street from the building where I worked. Nothing had changed while I drove around for a minute. No new cars had parked or anything, and if I was right, they didn't send anyone to replace me until they were sure I was gone. I sat and I waited. I was tired and the street was empty and boring, but I was too excited and scared to fall asleep. Every time a car passed or someone walked down the sidewalk, I tensed up. I kept imagining an SUV or van pulling up behind me, men getting out and pulling me from my car, taking me somewhere like they had Rachel to kill or torture me. Half a dozen times I almost cranked up and drove away, but every time I would think of her alone in that room. She had no one but me to help her, and I had to try. 2 hours later, a fat, balding man parked and started heading for the building. As soon as I saw he was able to unlock the door and enter, I opened my car door to go talk to him. But then I stopped. I needed to be smart. I didn't know where they were or who they were, but I was sure there were hidden cameras in the locker room and outside the building. If I was going to go running in and confront that guy, they would know for sure that I was up to something. My frustration deepened as I let out a sigh. I shut the door back and waited until his shift was over. I considered tailing him like in the movies, but I was scared I would just lose him or he would call someone for help. I waited until he was walking back to his car after a 6-hour shift, hopefully far enough away that the cameras would not see. Then I met the man I came to know as Charles Jeffries. Hey man, can I talk to you for a minute? His back was to me and he just waved his hand absently without looking up. Sorry, I don't have any money, have a good. He froze as he glanced back at me while talking. Oh God, no, you need to get out of here, kid. We aren't allowed to talk. I could tell he was scared, but I couldn't risk letting him go yet, not after all this. I stepped up and pushed the door back shut as he was trying to get to his car. So you know who I am. I tried not to sound mean, but I could hear how mad I was in my voice. He yanked the door again, but I was still holding it, and I was stronger than he. After a second, weaker tug, he turned around, his face strained and tired looking. Yeah, I know who you are. You work here just like me, and I'm telling you, we are not supposed to be talking. We are never supposed to meet, ever. I frowned. Mr. Solomon never told me that. He never said it was one of the rules. The man shook his head. Mr. Solomon, yeah, well, there are plenty of rules they don't tell you. I bet they didn't tell you what you were going to be watching before you started, did they? When I just lowered my eyes, he went, yeah, me either. I've been at this job for 10 years. I've seen other people come and go, usually because they broke one of these rules. That Mr. Solomon never mentioned. The The only reason I'm still here is because I keep my head down and my mouth shut. He wagged a finger at me. Listen, you do the same. If it's not already too late. I felt my stomach churning into a cold knot. Too late. The Ran rubbed his face. Kid, do you think they don't know we're talking? Do you think anything happens that they don't know about? He looked back towards the building, a look of sadness and fear in his eyes. Hell, for all I know, you've already killed us both. Shaking his head, he pushed me back and started opening the door. Either way, I'm done risking it. You need to stop asking questions and just do your damn job. It's a lot healthier. With the ants, he got into his car and shut the door. I didn't try to stop him this time, even though I had already been worried about what he was telling me. Hearing it confirmed was paralyzing. What exactly was my plan anyway? He probably didn't know any more than I did. I mean, what could we really talk about that we were watching the same woman hours and hours on end, day in, day out for years? I mean, what could I really do with what he told me anyway? I slowly staggered back to my car with a heavy heart. Still afraid, but more than that, I was sad and full of shame. I really wanted to help Rachel, but I don't think I knew how. I wasn't giving up, but as I drove back to my apartment, I could not think of what I should do next. This was not a movie. I was not a hero, and the only ideas I had left were to either go to the police, who might be controlled by whoever I worked for, or try to get proof of her being held prisoner myself. As I parked my car and walked into my apartment building, I made a decision. Unless I thought of something better overnight, I would do both ideas. Tomorrow I would break the rule about carrying anything in. I'd use my phone to record a video of the surveillance room of Rachel and of how she was trapped somewhere, and of me telling everything else I knew. And I would email it to every newspaper, website, and internet channel I could think of. Then I would go to the police and give them a copy too, if I could make it that long without getting killed. Maybe if I did all that, even if they got me, someone would go help Rachel. I was filled with worry and dread of the idea of being hurt or killed. A part of me kept saying I should just do as I was told and hope that it all went away. But I could not live with myself if I did that. Even if I messed it all up, I felt like I had to try. I know this sounds messed up to some of you that are thinking, why not just keep your job? Don't risk your life for this woman you don't know what she's done or who she is. And you would all be right. Everything. I was so preoccupied in my thoughts that I didn't hear the person coming up behind me as I unlocked my apartment door. Thomas. I turned around and felt my legs weakened as I stumbled back against my door. I had to be dreaming or crazy. I grabbed the doorknob for support as I looked at the woman in front of me. It could not be her, but somehow it was. Rachel. My job is to watch a woman trapped in a room, part 3. By you, versastal. This beautiful woman I had been watching for all these years, hesitated a moment before breaking into a smile. Is that what you call me? I like it. However, my name is actually Melanie. I felt my face with embarrassment turning flush red. Of course, her name wasn't actually Rachel, that was just something I made up in my head. Still, my embarrassment could not keep up with my confusion and joy. Is that really you? She nodded. Yes, it's me. Rachel, Melanie grunted as I stepped forward and started hugging her. Laughing, she hugged me back for a moment, but then she whispered in my ear, Thomas, we need to talk and not out here. Can we go inside? I broke away and nodded, wiping at my eyes as I tried to finish unlocking the door with a shaky hand. My heart pounding in my chest, I felt like I was in a strange and wonderful, terrifying dream, but when we had gotten inside and sat down on my living room sofa, I forced myself to focus on the biggest question I had. How had she gotten out? Melanie had still been smiling as we sat down, but now she looked worried and sad. Thomas, that's what I'm here to tell you. Things aren't like you think they are. They never have been. I frowned, a new line of fear cutting through my happy haze. What do you mean? She held the bridge of her nose for a moment, looking down like she was trying to figure out how to say whatever it was she had to say. Thomas, you're part of a psychological experiment. I've been a part of it for longer than you have, as one of the actors, and I still don't know all the details. I'm pretty sure it's run by some government agency, and I know they're investing a lot of money and time into it, but for what reasons, that I'm not so sure. I realized I was wringing my hands. No, that wasn't right. It couldn't be right. This was some kind of trick. Melanie went on. What I do know is that you're being watched as a long-term subject. They have constructed this whole scenario where you do a secret job watching someone, me, who looks like they might be trapped. They give you instructions on a way of making choices. You've got buttons or something you can choose between, right? I nodded weakly, my tongue thick in my throat as she recanted everything that I do during a day and what the inside of my surveillance room looked like. I finally found my voice. Yeah, a red one and a green one. She sighed and nodded. I think they're testing how much you'll obey, what choices you'll make based off of your morals, your intelligence, and your fear. It is interesting, or at least I thought so when I first joined up 6 years ago. They've never officially given me many details, just the overall gist. But people talk. The other actors and me, sometimes we hear things and we gossip. She smiled sadly. That's what caused me to start feeling bad. I interrupted. Other actors. Melanie's eyes widened. Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry, I think they still call him Mr. Solomon. And there are others too. And I just stare at her as she went on. Anyway, for a long time, it was just the normal job, right? I spend 6 hours a day acting like I'm a trapped girl, making fake paintings or watching TV, boring stuff. My head started shaking. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I couldn't help. I had to interrupt her again, hating the hurt, trembling in my voice. You fake the paintings. You aren't really painting those wonderful pictures. Now Melanie looked embarrassed. No, sorry, I can't paint. Not even a little bit. I'm a pretty good singer, though. She tried to smile, but faltered. Reaching forward, she touched my arm. That's why they always have the paintings turned where you can't see them. They already are done beforehand. All you ever see is some blank canvases, and well, when they want me to show you something, her expression darkened as she went on. That's why I had to break the rules and contact you. When they started doing this hidden message mind game bullshit, I got worried you would take it too serious, that you would get hurt or even yourself. As soon as you left your shift tonight, I talked to one of the guys in the video department. He told me about how you reacted, showed me how you were still parked down the street from the building. I drove over. The bedroom said is in a building outside of town. I saw you sitting in your car and almost approached you then, but I was scared of getting caught and fired. I parked and waited until I could follow you somewhere else and let you know I was okay. She blinked back, real tears. I'm ashamed to say I almost left a couple of times. I don't want to lose this job. I tried to tell myself you would be okay after a day or two. I would get them to change the script enough that you felt like I was okay and wouldn't worry too much. I felt an angry heat growing in my chest. Well, that's nice of you. She looked up, her eyes red. I know, I'm a piece of shit. I'm so sorry. I'm selfish and cowardly, but I didn't actually leave. And then when I saw Charlie leaving the building, saw you running over to talk to him, I knew they were escalating it even further. Charlie. Melanie rolled her eyes in frustration. Shit, yeah, sorry, Charlie Jeffries. He's another actor. In an earlier version of the experiment, he actually played Mr. Solomon, but they decided he wasn't scary enough, so now he's usually in one of the suits. He's actually done that for your version a lot. You just can't recognize him under all that getup they wear. I kept curling and uncurling my hands on my lap. It was all too much. I felt like a pinball going between anger and relief and embarrassment and confusion. So off that stuff he told me, that was just to scare me. See how I would react. The venom in my voice released. She nodded as she sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Yes, I'm sorry. That's why I knew I couldn't wait any longer to tell you. I could see how worried and scared you were going back to your car. I pulled my arm back from her touch. Well, thanks, I guess. At least you stopped me before I went to the police and looked like a joke in front of them, too. I just wanted her gone, her sympathetic, pitying eyes off of me. Thanks for stopping by and telling me and letting me in on it. I tried to make my voice sound hard and unfeeling, but it came out water instead. Standing up, I turned away from her so she couldn't see as I started to cry. If you don't mind, I need time to think about everything. It's a lot. A moment passed, and then her hand was on my shoulder. Thomas, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about. They are very good at what they do. All you did was what you thought was right because you're a good man. I shrugged her off. I thought that you were in real trouble, and I wanted to help you. She gently turned towards me and then pulled me towards her. When I looked up, she smiled and sniffed again. I know, but you need to realize most people would not have tried to help, not when it meant giving up their job or risking themselves like that, not for a stranger. I wiped my face as I looked away. Well, I still feel dumb, but I'm glad that it's not real. I'm glad you're okay, that we both are. I paused and caught her eyes again. We are, aren't we? Safe, I mean. She hesitated before nodding. Yes, I think so. Like I said, they have a lot invested in whatever this is, and the fact that they're willing to go as far as they have with you makes me wonder, but I've never seen any signs of anyone getting hurt. I think the worst that could happen is one or both of us gets fired. I felt my face redden again. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to quit tomorrow. I'll finally get to hit their damn buttons, maybe both of them. I started to smile, but then I saw the look on Melanie's face. Thomas, please don't do that. I don't think they would hurt us, but if you up and quit, they'll figure out I've talked to you. I don't think they watch us things all the time, but I don't know what they can find out and can't find out. You know, tracking cell phones, spies, satellites, whatever. I'm taking a big risk just being here, and I don't want them to catch on. I took a step back from her. So you want to keep getting paid to trick people like me? She reached out and grabbed my right hand. I've been clenching it unconsciously and relaxed at her touch. No, Thomas, I don't. But I wasn't expecting this. How the experiment has changed. Getting to actually meet you. I can't do it long term, but another month or two to save up money. Now that you're in on it and won't be scared or hurt by it anymore, she smiled. That I can do. That we can both do. She kept going on like normal. Take some sort of money and then one of us can quit the next month. The other one can. How does that sound? I don't know, I shrugged uncertainly. It made some sense, and once I had calmed down, it would probably make more sense. She gave my hand a squeeze. And when this is all over, I want to get to know you better. I know I've been playing a role, but for the most part, that's been me you've been watching all this time. I think it's only fair I get to see more of you too, she blushed, assuming you're interested in that. I felt my hand growing clammy in hers as my stomach fluttered. Well, I mean, yeah, I'd really like that. Swallowing, I added. How long do we have to wait to see each other again? Melanie grinned at me. Work another month or so. Save what you can and then quit. I'll wait 2 or 3 weeks and then I'll do the same. And then she looked up at the ceiling as she pondered it for a moment, and I was struck again by how beautiful she was, even as she was a little different in person than I had imagined. 3 months from tonight, we'll meet right here. I'll come over and we can start getting to know each other better. How's that sound? Returning her smile. That sounds great. When she left a couple of minutes later, part of me hated to see her go and another part was relieved. I was so exhausted, and while I was so happy she was okay, we had finally met. I felt like the burn up a wire in an old light bulb. I needed some time alone, time to think and calm down, most of all, time to rest. I didn't really ever remember falling asleep, and when I woke up, I realized my alarm had been buzzing for over 30 minutes. I jumped up and raced to get my shift at work. As she had been leaving, Melanie had stressed again how we needed to act completely the same. That meant not freaking out, but it also meant not acting like everything was okay either. If I suddenly showed up and no signs of being worried about her, that would tip them off too. I promised, and she left after a brief hug and kiss. Remembering that now, through the haze of my tiredness the night before, all felt like a dream. Still, I went into the surveillance room with a much better and lighter heart. I didn't have to worry or feel guilty anymore about not helping her, and there was some satisfaction in finally pulling one over on the people that had tricked me for so long. Besides, in 3 months I would be done with this place and get to see Melanie again, in person at least, because I got to watch her on the video feed as soon as I came into work. She was asleep when I first got there, and I found myself wondering if she was as tired as I still felt. When she woke up later and started reading a book, I found myself beginning to smile and had to stop myself. I still should be worried. Not smiling like I had a crush on her. I had to do better so Melanie didn't get in trouble. An hour later or so, she started working on another one of her quote-unquote paintings. Yeah, we all know they're not real. I found myself feeling proud of her. She really was a great actress. Not only didn't I see her giving any clues that we had met or talked, but she really did seem different in the room than she had in my apartment. I suppose that was what she had meant by playing a role. I was almost at the end of my shift, and while I hated to leave her, I had to admit that I was ready for some more sleep. Trying to guard my reactions all day had been exhausting, and I was dreading the next few weeks. But then I realized she was done painting. I massive tree. The bark was a dark red with a huge twisting trunk that broke off into a dozen branches. Those branches were covered in leaves that were so deep green they almost reminded me of storm clouds more than the top of a tree. Like all the paintings, I felt touched by it, even now that Melanie had told me she didn't paint them. The images themselves, combined with the colors and the small details, they really were amazing. Just like this one. If you looked close enough, you could see that there were several small black birds in the branches of the trees. It was funny, but they almost looked like they were. It almost looked like they were made out of words. I felt my heart start to hammer, and I forced myself to stay calm. No point in being silly. I knew it was all a game now, and I just had to play my part a little longer. Still, the worried me would want to know what the words said, so I might as well try to read them. I squinted, following the birds right, left, top to bottom. That girl isn't me. I looked away from the painting to see Rachel staring up at me. She looked terrified. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room, part 4, by you, versastal. I had to do something, and I had to do it right now. If Melanie was somehow a fake thing, that meant they must have sent her. And if they sent her, that meant they knew. They knew about the messages in her paintings. They knew about me asking questions, and they knew I didn't hit a button during any of it. I felt this panic and fear crawling up through my chest and my scalp. It made it hard to breathe. I couldn't suck in enough air to even get a breath. Standing up, I started pacing, periodically glancing back at the monitor to see if Rachel could help me, tell me what I needed to do next. But she had laid down on her bed. Hard to tell for sure with her back to the camera, but I think she was crying. No, I need to fix this. Get her out of there. And if I didn't have a better plan, I would just have to go with the one I already had. Feeling the hard eye of the ceiling camera on me, I went to the door and stepped back into the locker room. My phone was in my locker, and after messing up the combination the first time, I got the door open and got it out. 6 fucking years this job, and I mess up the combination. I'm sure they're watching. I'm sure they see my panic. Gripping it tightly, I tried to hold it by my side casually, but I knew there was little point. If they knew everything, I wasn't going to be able to hide anything. I just had to try and be fast, get some kind of message out to people that could help Rachel before they got to me. I opened the camera on the phone as I re-entered the surveillance room and hit record. It made a small beeping noise, and once I was sure I was recording, I turned the camera on myself. My name is Thomas Calhoun, and my job is watching a woman trapped in a room. This is not a joke, a movie, or whatever you think it is. This is real. For 3 years. I'm sorry, for 6 years. My job has been to sit in this room. I moved the camera slowly around the room, taking in the door to the bathroom, the water cooler in the desk with the monitors, keyboard, and button box, and watch a video feed of a woman locked up in a bedroom somewhere. I stepped closer to the desk and made sure the monitor showing Rachel was clear and in focus. I didn't know this woman was a prisoner at first. I don't know where I tricked myself into thinking she wasn't because the money was so good. But it doesn't matter now. I know she is. She is in danger, and so am I. But I don't ever I do anything in my life, this is it. It is the one good thing I can do, even if it means losing mine. After lingering on video of her for a few seconds more to make sure every detail could be seen, I turned the camera back on myself. I have to hurry or the video might be too big to send quickly. Trying to keep calm, I felt myself tearing up as I went on. I did my best to keep my words clear. Please help her. I don't know where she is. I don't know who has her because I don't know who I really work for. But they are bad people and she is not safe. This is all I know. I work at a building at 2159 Southeast 10th Street, right outside of San Antonio, Texas. I only know the key names of 2 other people connected to this place. The man who hired me, Mr. Solomon, and a man who might have a job like mine, Charlie Jeffries. Jeffries, yes, I think so. Charlie Jeffries. I don't know if these are even real people. What I mean by this, I don't know if that is their real name. Please, I'm not crazy. I know this all looks insane, but it's not. Just come here, see the room, figure out where she is, and help her. And I heard the muffled sound of the outer door opening into the locker room, and I frantically fumbled with my phone to stop the recording. How do I send? Oh no, how do I? There it is. I hit the button to share, and I felt a new panic rising. Who should I send it to? I only had a handful of contacts, and I just selected them all. Maybe at least one of them would take it seriously and get help for Rachel. As I heard the door to the surveillance room opening behind me, I hit send. Not connected to data service or Wi-Fi. Please send again when connected. What? No. I turned to see Mr. Solomon entering the room. He was flanked by 2 large men in dark suits that looked like bodyguards. Raising a finger, he wagged it at me. Thomas, there's no service in here. But then you should have never needed service, so long as you followed the rules. They took me easily. I tried to make it to the bathroom and close the door, but the 2 guards stopped me and pulled me down. They put zip ties on my hands and feet and pulled a black bag over my head. Then I was carried out of the room, and it felt like they must have put me in the back of a van. I was pulled right to the back of a building, I don't know, somewhere. I was laying on what felt like thin, weird-smelling carpet that covered a hard metal layer underneath. I could hear someone get into the van with me, and I asked where we were going. If they would just take me and let Rachel go. There was a short laugh overhead, and then Mr. Solomon's voice as he told me that he would explain everything when we get where we are going. For now, he said I needed to relax. It was a long drive, and I would need the rest. I went to say more, but then I felt a sharp pain in my neck. They had stabbed me, or no, they injected me with something. I was feeling strange now, but I had to stay awake. I had to try and get away. I had to. Hello again, Thomas. I blinked as I began looking around. My mouth was dry and my head hurt, but otherwise, I was okay. I wasn't dead, that was for sure. I wasn't tied up anymore. Instead, I was laying back on a padded table like I had seen when I went to the doctor. But this was not a doctor's office. The room was large, and aside from the padded table, it had a small bed, a desk with a computer monitor on it, and a couple of chairs. Sitting in one of those chairs was Mr. Solomon. I raised up slowly, blinking at him. "Where is she? Is Rachel okay?" The man smiled. "You are really something, Thomas, trying to be the hero, even if you don't quite know how to be. I respect that." Licking his dry, pasty lips, he leaned forward slightly. "In fact, I respect that so much that I've decided to start our new relationship with as much honesty as I'm allowed. Some of my colleagues disagree with this approach, but you know what? Fuck them. This is my project, and I think you deserve to know what's going on." Looking more serious, he stood up, lifting the gun he had been holding casually in his lap. "But before we get into the details, would you like to see Rachel?" I slid off the table and nodded as I caught myself from falling, my legs wobbly from whatever they had given me. But I barely noticed. "Yes, please let me see her, the real her." Mr. Solomon gave a small laugh and gestured toward a nearby door. "Yes, reality is always best. She's just there in the next room." I stumbled my way forward, my legs getting better as I walked, and when I grabbed the doorknob, it turned easily. I expected the door to lead to her bedroom, but instead it opened into another room, a lot like the one I had been in, though the stuff in it was different. Strange machines filled the walls, and in the back of the room was a large aquarium. I didn't know it was a big cylinder taller than I was, and it was filled with some kind of gray liquid. There was a shape in that liquid. "Go ahead, Thomas. Feel free to go have a look. You've earned it." My stomach clenched tighter with sickness as Mr. Solomon's words and the meanness in them. My legs felt heavy again now, but it was from the drugs. It was not from the drugs this time. Shuffling forward, I could see the shape was a person. Oh no, or at least a body, because it was clear from just looking at it that the person was dead. It was very well preserved, but I could see how the skin hung wrong and looked bloated in spots. Oh God, no. Its hair, which had been floating like seaweed in front of its face, drifted away. As I reached the glass, I could see Rachel staring at me. "Murderer!" I turned on Solomon and started to run towards him when he shot me. Suddenly I was on the ground, convulsing as he stepped closer. "Don't worry, Thomas, I won't kill you, just make you unable to move much for a bit." I heard more footfalls as my body began to still. "Get him up, take him back to the other room." I could barely feel anything as I was carried back to the padded table and propped up into the sitting position. This time I was strapped down, but I guessed it was more than so I didn't fall off because I couldn't move anything other than my head, and even that, I could only move a little. I could hardly see it all for crying, but I recognized the blurry shape of Solomon sitting back down in front of me. "Before you ask, well, when you are able to ask anything again, yes, that is Rachel, not a fake Rachel, not a dummy, not some kind of trick. As I said, the time for tricks is past. Now it's time for the truth." Frowning slightly, he went on, "Thomas, I understand that showing you her body that way might seem very cruel. You may hate me for it right now. I would understand if you did. But you called me a murderer, and at least in this specific content, I think that is unfair because I didn't kill Rachel. In truth, I've been with this aspect of the project for only 7 years. He gestured back to the door behind him, and Rachel has been dead for over 8. I felt my eyes widen as though they belonged to someone else's body. It was more lies, more tricks, all of it. Oh God, it had to be. Do you know what remote viewing is? He rolled his eyes. Sorry, right? You can't talk right now. I'll just assume you don't. Remote viewing is a broad term for the ability to see things that are far away from you physically, to know things you shouldn't be able was so confused, his eyes fixed on mine more intently. Because it does work, Thomas. Various governments and private organizations have studied it for a very long time. And while publicly it is always ridiculed as pseudoscience and foolish superstition, that reality is that some people have the innate ability that means it comes natural to someone to see other places. Rachel was one of those people. She came into the program when she was 17, having been identified via a front-facing screen process that was ran as psychological tests that paid subjects well, at a time when Rachel was looking to make some money. 3 months after being identified as a good candidate, she was taken, and after the initial adjustment period, she became a largely compliant asset that quickly rose to the top of our talent pool. Solomon folded his hands on his knee. I know you cared for her, Thomas, so I think this is worth sharing. Rachel was never treated badly, other than that her confinement and the occasional test that was mildly unpleasant. No, we all treasured her. She was enormously talented, not just as a remote viewer, but as an artist. That's how she would convey that she saw you. You understand? She would enter into an almost trance-like state when she painted, and when she was done, she would have given us a painting of images and words that provided. Well, it was very valuable information, he chuckled. If you ever wonder, that's why there was always such a care that the paintings were never shown to the camera. Picking at his pants, he went on. Rachel was so talented that she was selected for a new program, but that thought might greatly enhance or alter her ability. We introduced something foreign into her body. At first, nothing seemed to change. If anything, the accuracy of her remote viewing was declining, which was a problem for us and for her. But then we realized that we were reading the new paintings wrong. She was able to see more clearly than ever. She just was no longer bound to only current events. Now her sight transcended time. He paused, and I realized he was enjoying telling the story. The bastard was having a good time, pausing to make it more dramatic. I would fucking kill him if I could. While this made some of her paintings less immediately useful, they became much more valuable as we were able to decipher them. For a time, it looked as though everything was working better than we had ever hoped. His lips thinned, and then one day she showed a painting to the camera. It said, "Please help me, Thomas." This immediately sent up all kinds of red flags. She knew not to show paintings to the camera, and now she was trying to communicate with someone. We didn't disrupt her routine, but an intensive investigation began into who she was talking to. Was it one of her handlers, one of the technicians, someone from her past life? But nothing checked out. Leaning back in his chair, a look of pride grew on Solomon's face as he continued. I was the one that first suggested the idea that she was intentionally or not knowingly or not seeing and talking to someone in the future. I was still an outside consultant at the time, but at that point we had more strange behaviors from her, including the second message painting. The girl isn't me. My theory made more sense, but it very quickly ran into a greater obstacle. The introduction of the foreign material had not been as seamless as we had hoped. Despite her having been stable for almost 3 years since it was implanted, whether it was due to her increasing emotional upset or stress or simply the passage of time, she suddenly began to deteriorate. Her work became more erratic and hard to understand as her body began to decline. We were monitoring her health closely, but it didn't matter. 5 days after she painted That Girl Isn't Me, she suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Somewhat inexplicably, we were unable to resuscitate her. The man sighed. This was a great loss, and it required adjustments of my theory based on everything we knew. It still made sense that she was talking to someone with access to the camera feed, and very likely someone named Thomas. If Thomas was viewing that camera footage in the future, future, as I believed then he must be working for us in the future. He gave me a thin smile, and whether you believe that the future is set in our stone or not, I'm all for giving it a helping hand. 7 years ago, I began the Thomas Project. Over the course of time, I have overseen the screening and hiring of 43 men named Thomas at several different sites, all with one very specific job: to watch the videos of Rachel from just before her implant to the time of her death. I tried to speak, but my mouth would not work. I wanted to say he was lying, that it didn't make sense, that it was another trick. But I think I wanted to hear it more for myself, because I didn't think he was lying. I didn't think he was a trick. It was a trick, and I thought I was starting to understand. The point was not really them watching the videos, of course. It was how they reacted to watching the videos, what they did, and how they matched up with what Rachel had done in response in the past. He continued. 13% quit after the first day. 38% hit either the red or the green button after the first message asking for help and saying their name. 22% attempted to contact the authorities before reaching the stage where Melanie was introduced. He shook his head slightly. I wish I could take credit for her introduction, but it wasn't my suggestion. We assumed from that girl is a me message that there was a double of Rachel introduced to you at some point, perhaps to kill you or dissuade you or find out what you knew, but it took a few tries until we felt it was well refined. And as I pointed out, 22% made it that far, and all of them failed the next test. He pointed at me. Her name. You see the girl you've been watching, that talented, wonderful girl whose body is preserved in the next room. Her name was Rachel Donovan. I'd always wondered if Rachel was merely seeing you, or if there was some kind of connection between the two of you. When you called Melanie Rachel, I knew that we had finally found the right Thomas. The distant point of light that our Rachel was looking at across space and time. I swallowed thickly, and I found I could feel my tongue. If only a little. Slurring badly, I pushed out a single word. Why? Salmon looked surprised. I would have thought that'd be clear by now. You're our only remaining link to one of our greatest treasures. Perhaps you have a similar ability, or it may be that she forged the link purely through her own talent and will. But either way, you are important, and you have more work to do. He stood up and moved at the table. When he turned to the monitor, and as it came to the life, I saw it was a frozen image of Rachel's room. A tape paused where I had left off watching. Turning back to me, the man looked solemn. You have to watch the rest of it, because Rachel painted you more pictures before she died, and we have to know what they mean. The final part. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room. By you, versastal. I spent the next 5 days watching Rachel die. From the outside, just watching the monitor, it didn't seem that different than what I had been watching for the past 6 years. Rachel slept, she watched TV, she read, and she painted, but there were signs if you were looking for them. She seemed tired, tense, and she had taken to sleeping a lot more. It was then that I could see the fear and sadness in her eyes. Inside I felt like a burned out house collapsing on itself. At first I refused to watch, to do anything they wanted me to do. Solomon didn't get mad at me, but just shrugged. He said, well, cooperation was preferred and could go a long way towards making my stay with them more comfortable. It wasn't required. If he was right, Solomon said with a thin smile, things would play out as they were meant to, regardless of what we wanted or thought I chose. Either way he had it, the video was about to start back playing and would not stop for another 5 days. Whether I wanted to spend that time getting to see her again was entirely up to me. I tried not to watch, but a part of me knew from the very start I was going to. Maybe I would find some clue that they were lying about her being dead. Or Rachel could give me some advice or warning about what I needed to do. I didn't know, honestly. All I knew is that I couldn't miss the chance to see her again. Despite knowing in my heart that she was dead and everything on the video had happened a long time ago, I still felt that by watching, I was with her somehow. She had been taken away from everything she knew when she was barely grown up, trapped for years just being special. Experimented on, tortured, treated like property, kept away from ever having friends or family or a life, and yet, through all that, she was still beautiful, not just on the outside, but on the inside too. I had spent years watching her, getting to know her in 1,000 tiny ways that so few people ever truly know each other. I had seen her kindness and grace in her actions, even when she was fighting against the people holding her. I had watched her strength when she woke up day in and day out in her prison, and she never gave up. I saw the beauty of her soul in her paintings, full of swirling colors and what was a world wonder. She was able to paint these things she saw with such care and love, despite living in a world that had abandoned her so completely. Rachel wouldn't die alone. I watched nearly all of it, stopping only to eat quickly and use the bathroom until the last 2 days. I would ask the guards to pause it, but they would only shake their heads and say some and said it had to play normally until it was complete. By the 4th day, I was in a stupor. I had already dozed some of the first 3 days, but when I woke up on the 4th day, I could tell a few hours had passed. There were 2 trays of food on the bed, one breakfast and another lunch. I looked back at the screen in a panic, worrying I had missed something, but Rachel seemed to be just waking up too. I noticed her putting her hand on her stomach as she got out of bed and felt my own stomach twist. She was already hurting. Rachel glanced at the camera and tried to smile before moving to set up a new canvas for painting. This was the second of 3 paintings she did in those last days. The first had been the inside of an old-fashioned movie theater from the viewpoint of someone sitting in the back row. On the movie screen was just the image of a sledgehammer propped against a brick wall. I didn't understand what it meant, and I found myself scanning the picture for some message or other clue. I eventually found what might be one, though I didn't understand it either. Rachel must have come to understand that they knew what she was doing with the paintings and didn't want to stop her, because these last 3 she set up much closer to the camera. Still squinting and studying the paintings closely when I realized the flipped up seats in the next row up had brass number plates along the front edge of the seats. They were upside down from the viewpoint at the painting. The angle was good enough that once I noticed them, I was able to read them. 243, 26, 89. I didn't understand any of this. I committed it all to memory, focusing all my attention to the painting until she finally took it away. Eventually, early on, I could tell painting was taking a lot out of her now, and like I had for so long, I found myself talking to her, telling her to go rest before I remembered her body in the next room. I almost stopped then, but no, maybe she couldn't tell I was talking to her. Maybe she could. Either way, me talking to her couldn't hurt and made me feel a little less lonely and sad as I watched her. The second painting, the one she started after I woke up from falling asleep for a few hours, was stranger than the rest. It looked like it was in a room with curved walls made of tree roots. In the center of the room was a little table made out of the same stuff. Some of the roots around the room I studied it for a long time, going over it again and again in my mind. After she took it away, I couldn't make sense of any of it. I wasn't smart enough and I was failing her. Rachel slept for a long time after that painting. Then she got up on the 5th day, her last day, and immediately started working again. This time she was painting faster, and while I saw her wince occasionally, she never lost her look of determination as she slashed lines and colors across the canvas. When she was done, Rachel picked up the painting and turned it towards the camera, giving me a small, tired smile as she was blocked from view. The painting was looking out from the front porch of a house somewhere. It was out in the country, and the morning view of the yard and the land beyond were wonderful, but closer up the painting was of two hands holding onto each other tightly. Their interlocked fingers seemed to glow red and orange in the light of the rising sun. I found myself crying at looking at it. Part of it was because I didn't know what it meant, and I felt a growing sense of desperation at the thought that Rachel's last works might be wasted on me. And the other part was because I knew it had been 5 days, and I could sense I was close to the end, to her end. But there is something more at the top. The last painting. There was something more outside the edge of the paintings. I could see motion in the room. People hurriedly coming in with some kind of medical equipment. And then the monitor went black. You've done well, Thomas. Very well, very well. For the last 5 days of video, we have charted 1,047 micro variation in Rachel's behavior that we believe might correspond to your behavior, your reactions, and your emotional states while watching the video. Like before, the two of you remained in sync as though you were in the same room. It truly is remarkable. I sat staring at Solomon. I listened to what he said, but I didn't care. I just wanted it over. Whatever this was, I wanted it over. Clearing his throat, he went on. That's why we've decided to move the implant from Rachel's body to your own. That's one of the many reasons we've preserved her so many years. The foreign body was still showing signs of life at this time, but just barely, and we were afraid to attempt removal. Our hope is that, given your connection to Rachel, it will accept you, perhaps even thrive in you more than it ever did in our girl. Suddenly on my feet, it was only raising of Solomon's gun that stopped me from attacking him. Don't you fucking talk about her like that, like any of you gave a shit about her. I'll fucking kill you. Solomon's face darkened slightly as his lines and his lips thinned. No, you won't, Thomas. But if idle threats make you feel better, go ahead. It will only make things harder on you, not easier. A slice of panic and fear went through my body as I sat down. What are you going to put into me? The land looked at me for several seconds before responding. I'm tempted not to tell you after your stupid and frankly hurtful outburst. I'll be the bigger person. Letting out a small sigh, he went on. Thomas, somewhere there is a tree. A very special tree. We suspect it is the same tree that Rachel painted for you that time, though we cannot say for sure, as we have never been able to find it. The tree is either hidden away very well or is able to hide itself from those that it wishes to hide from. I looked at him, trying to kill him by just wanting it to be so. In any case, we have the next best thing, an ancient clipping from the tree, secured at great cost and sacrifice and studied for a long time without much success. recent years, we have been given advice that this clipping could be grown in the right soil. We thought that soil was Rachel, but while it did develop further inside of her, she died before the necessary growth was finished. Leaning forward, his smile, wicked and menacing, lurked up at me. We have it on fairly good authority, however, that you might succeed where she failed. I fought them when they came, but it didn't matter. I woke up sometime later with a dull ache in my chest and a small, already healing scar on my upper stomach. I didn't really feel that different other than the little bit of pain, but I knew that would change over time. Maybe I had more time than Rachel, or maybe I had less. It didn't matter. I just... Wait, what was that? There was some soft voice coming from where it wasn't in the room. It was coming from my own head. I felt a thrill of excitement, and maybe this was Rachel's voice. She had somehow stayed in the tree that they had put inside me. But no, I had never heard Rachel's voice, but I sensed this wasn't it. This voice was too delicate to really be heard or understood, and it reminded me of music coming from a distant room that you felt in the back of your mind without realizing it. No, it was a melody of some sort, a song, if you will. But it wasn't Rachel's song. I realized with a shiver that it was a song of that thing inside me. I was afraid, terrified at first, but that didn't last long. The tree wasn't trying to hurt me. See, it was trapped here just like I was. But it started to sing. It was time for us to be free. I stood up and walked to the door, and as I did so, the lights went out. The door in front of me clicked, and when I reached out and turned the knob in the dark, it opened easily. How is this possible? And if it could do this, why hadn't it helped Rachel get out? There was no answer, but there was also no time. I could already hear boots around the corner as the glow from flashlights began to light up at the far end of the hall. They would drag me back in there, chain me up, or take this thing back out of me before we could get away. If I was ever going to get out, it had to be now. The voice was singing again, pushing me to go further into the dark, to run until we were safe. I listened and I ran. Every door unlocked for me, every turn kept me barely out of sight. The people looking for me were barking orders over a radio. The people looking for me were barking orders over a radio, asking someone what the holdup was on the generator kicking on. Whatever the response, the hallways stayed dark as I drifted through them, blind but not falling, lost but not being found. When I reached the final door, I opened it into a bright afternoon. My lungs burned a little at the first fresh, unrecycled air I had breathed in a week. Blinking, I waited for the voice to tell me where to go, but it had fallen silent. I closed the door as a panic began to rise in my chest. All this, and I would get caught because I didn't know where to go. I was outside a plain brown building in the middle of nowhere. There was a road going off to the right, and then to the left. Rachel's forest from her first painting. I knew it was the same forest immediately, and not just because of matching the painting so closely. I had some strange sense that felt like a kind of magnetism, or how birds know which way to fly. Looking around for a second, I felt like I was being pulled when I looked again at those woods. This was right. Somehow I knew this was the way I needed to go. I went. I made it to the edge of the forest when I heard the noise of men coming outside the building. I thought about hiding, but I knew it was a bad idea. They would just catch me. I felt a drive to go deeper into the woods. I plunged ahead, running at close to a reckless speed, but never tripping or stumbling as I went. I would occasionally hear a noise behind me as they spread out, searching, but the sounds grew fainter as I ran. I almost thought I had lost them for good when I heard a short cough that was quickly muffled off to my left. Someone had gotten close without knowing it. Panicking, I looked for any places I could hide. A well, not just a well, but Rachel's well with the same worn gray stone walls capped with the weather wooden lid. I felt a moment of happy recognition, but then it faded away. How did that help? They checked the well if they found it, and I didn't have any way to get down without getting hurt or stuck. Then an idea struck me. Crouching low and staying to the brush, I moved the well and gingerly pushed on the lid. At first it resisted, but when I pushed a bit harder, the wooden circle slid aside, enough that you could clearly see someone moved it. Glancing around, I eased my way down into the well. I could hear someone in the bushes, soft footfalls approaching. We need to check this out. You think he went down the well? Better hope not. He probably broke his neck if he did, and then it's our asses. I could see the two men approaching. Both of them were wearing dark body armor and carried assault rifles. The older of the two shrugged back the other one. Better than that. He was old, hiding in there. We didn't check. Looking irritated, the younger man nodded. I'll look. He went over to the well and shoved the wooden lid aside, causing it to clatter to the ground. Hitting a button on his rifle, flashlight sprang to life on the barrel. He started to shine it down into the well as the other continued to look in every direction. I was worried he would see me if I moved, but I couldn't wait. I had to stay calm, think slow, and move fast. I kept expecting to hear them yell or feel something or someone strike me in the back, but nothing came. The afternoon light began to dim. I saw the trees thinning ahead. I was approaching a road. It looked like a normal public road. Several cars passing one way or the other as I walked out to the forest and up the hill to the asphalt. The idea of hitchhiking was absolutely not good. It frightened me, but I saw little choice. I was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt they had given me and my own shoes, but I had no money or ID or phone. My only chance was to get far enough away that I could try and get help. I jumped slightly at the hiss of hydraulic brakes as a large semi rolled to stop next to me. Passenger window rolled down. An older man with white hair and a graying mustache leaned over and peered down at me. You look lost, son. You need a ride. Yes, sir, I do. I woke up 5 hours later as we pulled into a truck stop somewhere in Nevada. I'm tired, but you were plumb tuckered out. I've got to fuel up, shower, and get some grub. I'm going on to California after that. If you want to ride further, just be back here in an hour. Sound good? I nodded. Thanked him for the ride as I got out. I was only 3 blocks down the street when I saw the flickering lights in the distance. A movie theater. I got closer. I felt my chest tightening. One from Rachel's painting. Hey there, welcome to Phoenix. The guy standing at the candy counter of the theater looked a little younger than me, and while he seemed friendly enough. If you're here for the horror double feature, I'm afraid the second movie is about 30 minutes in. I can give you a half rate if you want to see it, though. No, that's okay. I recognize this place from a picture a friend of mine painted, so I came in to ask if you knew anything about her. Okay, weird, he smiled and added, weird but interesting. Who is she? Her name is Rachel Donovan. I expected a look of surprise or anger. Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell. I'd say you could ask the owner, but he's on vacation this week. I just nodded. Is there anything unique about this place then? History or something? The man grinned. Buddy, you clearly are not from here. The place is super boring, not just the theater, but the whole town. Frowning in thought, he added, the only thing I know about the history of this place is that there used to be a house here that burned down. This was in the 20s or 30s, when this wasn't even part of the town. Couldn't tell you the first thing about it. Okay, well, thanks. Turned to leave, and the guy called out again. Hey man, sorry I couldn't help you more. If you come back, got it discounted on a movie, half off. I'm not working. Tell that Marshall said it was okay. Why did you lead me here, Rachel? What's here that will help? Marshall. I waved, tried to smile as I headed for the door with a heavy heart. Damn it. Rachel, why did you lead me here? What is here that will help? I was outside again, staring up at the theater's bright, blinking signs as though they were going to give me some kind of secret signal, when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. An alley that ran alongside the theater and went behind it to something. Whatever was back there, the light of a distant security lamp cast shadows along the wall of the alley, and those shadows were moving. You would think I would be afraid, but I felt excitement as I started down the alley. Rachel had led me here, and I just had to trust that there was a reason for it. Keep looking until the shadows were made by leaves blowing in some wind I could not feel. I got to the far end of the alley. What I see was a small backyard behind the theater, surrounded by a chain-link fence. On the other side of that fence was the tree from Rachel's painting, with its deep red twisting bark and foam of green leaves, waving to and fro in the night air. A surge of warmth in my chest as the distant singing began again. This is the place. The special tree that could not be found unless it wanted you to find it. The tree sat at the edge of a small, overgrown lot surrounded on all sides by buildings and yards, somehow forgotten when whatever this land had once been was divided up, and despite its location, I had a strong sense that I was the first to see it in a very, very long time. I climbed the fence. I felt a jagged wire dig into my leg and rip my pants as I fell over the top, bleeding just a little. I hardly noticed. I could smell the tree now, and it was a rich, good smell unlike any I had ever smelled in my life. Reaching out to it, I felt the singing grow louder as I touched it. I felt strong and less afraid then, and when I saw the light opening up at its roots, my body didn't tremble. No, not at all. I smiled. A hidden tunnel under the tree. Tunnel filled with sweet-smelling air that was like the tree smell, but also was not surprised. Forward was the only way that mattered now. I walked and walked what seemed like hours, but I never felt tired or hungry. I never worried I was lost, though I had no idea where I was or where I was going. Still, I felt a surge of happiness, excitement, and exhilaration as I turned a corner and saw something in the tunnel ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was a brick wall. Just as I began to think I found a dead end, the wall faded away, revealing a dark room. I paused at the edge of the tunnel, looking out at the floor of what looked like a basement. It was empty, but in the light from the tree I could make out something scratched into the floor. It was the number 2. My pulse raced as I thought back to Rachel's painting with the theater seats, and then I stepped out into the room. It was the empty basement of a house. As I went up the stairs and opened the door, I saw that the rest of the house was empty as well. No lights were on, but bright sunlight poured through every window, and in the distance I could hear what sounded like small waves crashing on a beach. I wanted to go out and see where I was, but I forced myself to check the house first for any people or clues. But there was none. The house was utterly bare of any signs of people other than the numbers scratched into the floor below. My nose tingled with salty air as I stepped outside. The house was near the beach on what I soon figured out was a small deserted island. I realized this with little surprise. I recognized the house from Rachel's painting. As I stepped off the porch, I saw no signs of people, but I was not entirely alone, because sitting some distance from the house was the tree. I knew it could not be the same tree as in the abandoned lot, but at the same time I knew that it was, or at least a different part of the same tree that made the tunnels and appear in my old world, and now open to whatever place this was. I had started having that thought as soon as I stepped out of the house. I didn't think this was my world, not exactly. I could see a larger island some distance away, and it might have people on it. Hotels, cars, and planes, or it might not, as those things might not exist in this world. Either way, my newfound intuition was growing stronger. I could feel it deep within myself. I could tell that what was it called? The texture of things that was different somehow, if only a little. The contrast, not bad or scary, just different. Still, after a couple of hours exploring the island and checking the house, I began to feel terribly alone. Even with the tree nearby, I decided to go back into the tunnel and keep going. The basement wall faded away as I walked up to it, and I entered the tunnel again. Only a short time later that I found my second version of the house. Much like the first, the wall faded away into a basement, but this one was far from empty. It was a workshop of some kind, full of tools I wasn't familiar with. I glanced down and saw 43 in quotes scratched on the floor. Who was doing this and why? I was going to explore the house more carefully this time. It looked like there were people here, but when I froze, propped against the brick wall next to a small stack of boards was a sledgehammer. Trying to be quiet, I crept over and picked it up before heading back into the tunnel. When I was little, before Daddy died, he had loved to hunt. I never went with him and didn't remember much of what he hunted. But I do know he had an old hound he'd had since before I was born. The dog had only loved him and being on the trail of something. When Rocker, his name was actually Rockefeller, got a scent, it was like he was in a trance. He would go and go this way and that way, and look at him. It looked like he was lost and certain at the same time, but whatever Rocker knew or didn't know, he always found what he was looking for. I felt like Rocker now. I was moving faster and faster as I went down the turn. Here and there, I felt like I was on the trail of something or traveling on memories I had but I didn't have. Gripping the sledgehammer tightly, I could hear the rising hum of the distant music in my head as I turned the last corner. But then it fell silent. Another brick wall. As I approached, it fell away. It was another basement room, but this one was much smaller. It contained a table, a closet, a chest, and an old metal bed that had been broken apart. At the far brick wall, a woman was using one of the metal legs from the bed to attack the wall and whatever lay behind it. I felt my head begin to swim as I looked at her from behind, and as she turned to look at me, eyes wide with surprise and fear, I felt the sledgehammer slip from my grip as I stumbled back against the now solid wall. I could barely breathe at all, but I managed to get out a single word. Rachel. The woman looked at me, her expression less fearful, but guarded. She had the bed leg partially raised in warning. Hey, do I know you? It was her, but it wasn't much like the tree on the island. This Rachel looked a few years older, and while she looked distressed and confused at the moment, her eyes didn't seem weighed down by the same quiet sadness I had come to recognize watching the other Rachel for all that time. Still, I didn't know how to answer her question, and now sounded creepy or crazy. I stared at her for a second, floundering, when she asked another. You came out of the tree tunnel, right? I nodded, grateful for something I could answer easily. Studying me curiously, she said, Where did you come from? But before the tunnel, I mean. I flushed as I tried to think of the right words. I came from Texas originally, I mean. She grinned at me for a second before catching herself and trying to look serious again. Yeah, okay, but do you know the tree and how it works? How did you find out about the tunnel? How did you get there? Sighing, I rubbed my head and just started into it. Look, I know this will sound crazy, but I had a job watching a woman trapped in a room, and that woman was you, or another version of you, and she asked me to help her, and I couldn't help her, and then they took me, and I found out she had been dead for a long time, but could see me in the future, and then they put something from the tree in me that had been in her that killed her, and then I escaped, and I figured out where to go and find the tree from the things that she had painted, and I sounded crazy saying all this, but I kept on going, and I'm pretty sure the tunnels led to different worlds, and I got the sledgehammer, and then hold up, goddamn, take a breath, you're going to pass out. She was smiling again, and this time she didn't try to hide it. She looked over what was left of the bed to where the sledgehammer was laying on the floor. And did you say sledgehammer? Whack. So yeah, I believe you. Whack. I've been in those tunnels too. My ex-boyfriend tricked me into moving here so he could tie me to the tree in his place. Whack. Well, not tie me to the tree, literally take his place as what? The tree's buddy or something. I don't really know. It's all pretty fucked up and I don't understand all of it. Whack. But what I do understand is that the fucker walled me up in here, and at first I thought I could just pry some bricks over time and be but a layer of concrete on the outside. This time, good old Phil or Justin or whatever, I mainly think of him as fuckface now. Whack. This is taking forever. I stepped up and put my hand on the sledgehammer. Let me do it for a bit. We can take turns. We've cleared away even more brick than she had already managed, but the concrete wall was only starting to show small cracks. I wanted to just keep looking at her, have her talk to me, but I knew she was tired. She nodded reluctantly. I looked back at her. How long have you been in here like this? Her scowl deepened. It's the tree. It won't let me die. I just dig into the tunnel every day for a bit, and I never get that hungry or thirsty. A thought occurred to me then. Why didn't you just escape through the tunnels? She quickly shook her head. No, thank you. I've had enough of seeing other worlds. Some of them aren't so nice, and I don't want to be more tied to the tree than I already am. I just want out of here into my own world, and then I can try and figure out how to get free of my connection to the tree for good. Rachel shrugged. I would have done it eventually with my stupid bed parts, but who knows how long it would have taken. She smiled again. I'm very happy you came to help and brought a sledgehammer with you. Returning her smile, I nodded as I lifted the sledgehammer again. Me too. Whack. We were both writhing with sweat when we crawled through the hole we made in the outer wall. Rachel told me that she thought her ex-boyfriend was long gone, but she couldn't be sure, so we had to be careful. Grabbing the sledgehammer from inside the room, we made our way towards the stairs. The house was decorated but quiet. We saw no sign of anyone as we walked to the front door and opened it. Outside, the sun was coming up on a new day. We walked out to the porch. I jumped a little as Rachel took my hand and gave it a squeeze. I looked over at her. I had not been able to help the other Rachel, but maybe that had never been the point of it all. Because I thought now she had been able to see more than just other places or the future. She had been able to see into other worlds and possibilities. Like this one, where another version of her was trapped and needed help. A place where I wouldn't be hunted and she could be free. In the end, even when she knew she was dying, Rachel had been determined to help us be together and happy. The morning sun painted beautiful colors on Rachel's face, and looking into her eyes, I saw how much she was like the woman I had watched and cared about and tried to save. The woman who in the end had saved me instead. I wanted to tell Rachel so many things, ask her so many questions, but all that could come later. Squeezing her hand back, I walked with her away from the house. For now, this is enough. Now we're going to continue on with some shorter stories that my daughter actually wrote. I asked her permission, so Jared. The story of the man that just wants a friend, by Addisen Sienna. In the middle of winter, at a cabin in the forest, Jared sits in front of the fire. He has prepared himself. Thought has overcome his mind. No one to talk to, no friends nor family. Not anymore. After what happened, the cabin he is renting is not big, it's huge. Windows covering almost every curvy wall, a huge fireplace filling the cabin with warmth, whilst the outside is so white you can't see a thing. Jared sits alone in a huge cabin, enjoying his time on Earth. As the bodies decay in the basement, he stands up, walking past all the white-coated windows. He goes to check upon his poor patients. They lay there still. He looks at them happily. You guys look better. He gives one of the bodies a hug. He then says, feeding time, walking over to a rusty cabinet, opening it as it makes a loud creaking sound. Whistling, he grabs a can of beans and walks back to feed the lifeless bodies. One by one, he grabs the beans with his hand and shoves it into the victims' mouths. Yum, yum, he says with a wide grin on his face. The faces covered in blood stare at him blankly. just looking into space. All of those bodies are covered from head to toe, gashes also covering them like a blanket. Jared hums while stuffing their faces with food, smiling at his patient so kindly, thinking finally he isn't alone. Now it's just Jared and all of his patients' corpses. He is finally at peace. The Cold Grin by Addisen Sienna. Thunderstorms. Every horror story starts with a thunderstorm, or at least the good ones, including this one. But why a thunderstorm? Why can't it be a sunny day or light rain with a glimmering rainbow? Because that wouldn't fit the mood, now would it? 13-year-old Amy, hand against her head, looking out the window, rain splattering like bodies against pavement. Amy looks across the woods that cover her family's property, looking out, wondering how far and wide it goes. How many bodies were placed in there, dropped like birds, dropping seeds? Why am I thinking like this? Why do I find joy in people dying? Am I a killer? No, can't be. Amy walked downstairs thinking about that question. Is she a killer? Am I a killer? The question, of course, is rhetorical. Hey, honey, Amy's mom, Julie says out of thought. Amy replies, Mom, you scared me. Oh, my apologies, dear. Do you want to go for ice cream? The weather is perfect for ice cream. Amy's mom says with a warm smile, Of course, Mommy, that sounds fun. Her voice almost strangely wicked. Amy and Julie both get into the car, chatting about how wonderful the rain is. On their way to get ice cream, they pass multiple ambulances swarming the roads. I wonder what happened, Julie says. They're dead, Amy replies with a cold grin. We are almost there. Julie looks at Ava, inspecting the cold grin she's plastered on her face. Everything okay, honey? She asks, now seeing the huge blade in her daughter's hand. The mannequins. 20-year-old Tucker and 19-year-old Amaya owned their own clothing store, located in Cleveland, Ohio. They were a small business, but were growing fast. Every day, ever since day one, Amaya and Tucker felt something off. As soon as they stepped into the store, they were overwhelmed with a dark, ominous presence. No matter how cliche that sounded, it was true. That was just a fact. After about a month from opening a store across the street, gave them some disturbing news. The old lady that owned the store before them was a serial killer. The old woman would kill people, store them in the attic. Soon after, the police found out, and before they could arrest her, she committed suicide by hanging herself above one of the mannequins. They were appalled by this information, but didn't keep trying to grow their business, until they found out what the mannequins were made of. Human skin. They found this out after they looked closer. After that, they wanted to quit the business, but they were too far in. They couldn't stop now. After another month, weird things started to happen. You might be asking why couldn't 16-year-old Ivy is spending the weekend home alone due to her parents being on a cruise. She's planning on inviting her friend Asia over to hang out. Ivy just got out of school, ready to kick back and enjoy the weekend. Wow, it's freezing, she thinks to herself while walking home. She hasn't gotten her driver's license yet, so she deals with the cold as she walks up her driveway to her huge lonely house. She hears a thing snap to her right. The forest, it's always creeping me out. By the creatures that live in there, to the darkness that can hide. As she walks inside, she pets her dog Coco, a pit bull that she loves to death. And as the night goes on, she gets an eerie, overwhelming feeling, one that nags at her. She feels as though someone or something is watching her. Sitting on her couch, she's watching TV when all of a sudden, knock, knock. She spins her head around, starts screaming. There she sees a huge figure adorned with a mask. Asia, that's not funny, she yells. The figure stood still, completely still, watching her, not saying a thing. Her dog goes to the front door and looks out at the people. The figure is there as well. Maybe it walked over, she thought. As she opens the door, she sees the eyes of the figure. Are you gonna come in, Asia? I thought I said stop messing around. Ivy says, laughing now bursts from it. Startling Ivy, the laugh is so deep and rustic her heart drops. I am not Asia. nosleep. Negative-platform 336. Whispers in the camera roll. I've been a skeptic my whole life. Ghosts, demons, the supernatural. It was all just excuses for things we didn't understand. Excuses, that's all. Or that's what I thought until my cell phone started acting up last week. It all began when my old college buddy Mike sent me a random message asking if I ever sorted through our road trip photos from years back. We had taken hundreds of photos during our travels, most forgotten in the abyss of my digital archives. Curious, however, I scrolled way back on my camera roll to the time period he mentioned and started thumbing through the pictures. There were plenty of memories there, but nothing unusual, until I came across a photo that I had no recollection of taking. An image of an old gas station we had stopped at. Nothing remarkable except the timestamp. Dated just 2 days ago. I chuckled, assuming it was a glitch, and swiped to the next photo, but the image I saw made my blood turn cold. This one was of my bedroom, taken from the front of my bed while I was sleeping. The timestamp once again showed a recent date. I live alone. Then the whispers started. At first I believed they were faint echoes from my neighbors or maybe even the wind, but they grew sharper and clearer, almost as if somebody was quietly speaking just behind me. No one was ever there when I turned around, of course. I tried rationalizing what was happening. I checked my phone for malware, changed all of my passwords, even did a factory reset. But the photos kept reappearing, each one closer to the present moment, each one more intimate and terrifying than the last. And the whispers, they started to form words that seemed nonsensical, but filled me with dread I could not explain. I contacted Mike and he said he was just joking about the photos. I had never shared them with him, and he'd never seen them. Knowing I needed to escape, I booked a hotel room out of town. One night in the sterile hotel room, I hoped for respite. Instead, I woke from a shallow sleep to the glare of my phone screen illuminating the darkness. Squinting against the light, I saw my camera roll was open, filled with new photos. Photos of me sleeping, taken just moments ago from within my hotel room. I was alone, the door locked, no sign of an intruder. Petrified, I called the front desk for security, but when they arrived, the photos had somehow disappeared, replaced with innocuous images of the hotel parking lot. The guards left chuckling about the scared guest. After they left, the whispers returned, now clearly a voice chanting my name over and over. They were coming from my phone, yet it lay on the table, powered off. I could feel it crawling in my brain, a primal fear seizing control. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but these whispers, they seem to know me. As I am typing this, the camera on my phone flickers on and up, and I swear I can see shadows shifting within its lens. I don't know what will happen next, but I need to share this if you're reading this and understand what's happening to me. Please, God, tell me what to do. I can't tell if I'm making new memories or if the whispers are writing them for me. The whispers became more incessant, more demanding. They flooded my dreams with images of places I didn't recognize and people I'd never met. Faces twisted in horror, crying for help. I couldn't give. What was the phone somehow capturing these images from my nightmares, or was it dictating them? I tried to get rid of the device. I threw it into the lake on the edge of town, but the next morning it was back on my bedside table, dry as a bone with no sign of water damage. Unthinkable, unimaginable. This is not happening. The camera blinked as if it had an eye of its own, watching me. I started feeling like I was being followed, watched, hunted, not just by the whispers, but by something palpable, a presence that loomed just on the edges of my vision. I would whip around to catch it, but there was nothing, just the lingering sensation of being watched, and sometimes a cold spot in the air where it seemed something had just been. As the days progressed, I stopped going out. My phone was no longer just a device. It had become an appendage, an extension of the unseen force that haunted me. My camera roll was now full of images that chilled me to the core, shadowy figures standing over my bed, my own face contorted in my sleep, unaware of the silent observer. My friends started asking if I was okay. They said that I hadn't been myself lately. How could I explain that I was terrorized by my own fucking phone, by whispers that no one else could hear? One evening, in a moment of relative silence, I dared to ask a question to the void that sounded horrifying and surrounded me with whatever it was. What do you want from me? The answer, when it came, was a picture message, an image of a decrepit house I'd never seen before in real life, but one I'd recognize instantly from my dreams. The whispers all at once chorused coordinates, latitude, longitude, that pointed to an isolated spot just outside of town. I don't know, I was driven by a mixture of fear and desperate curiosity. I went to the address the whispers had given me. The house was exactly as it appeared in the photo, and in my nightmares, its windows were darkly staring eyes. The door ajar. until the whispers silent. My phone vibrated with life. Picture after picture flooded my screen, each one a moment from my past mixed with snapshots of the decrepit house over time. It was as if my entire life had somehow centered around this place. The final photo was of me standing at the doorway just moments before, but behind me in the photo was a figure, a dark, indiscernible shape with a peculiar familiarity. I turned around and face to face with nothing but the empty room. My phone emitted a final whisper loud and clear. Welcome home. The last thing I remember before passing out was the sound of the camera shutter and the sensation of falling. When I awoke, I was lying in my own bed with no recollection of leaving the house. My phone was back on the bedside table, and when I checked it, there was only one new photo. It was a picture of me sprawled on the floor of the old house. But this time, there was no shadowy figure. The message was clear. Whatever was haunting me was not in the photos or in that house. It was me all along. Annie's dead again. Save point. All I can say is I barely remember the first time I died. I was 11 and my family was driving to visit my grandparents during the holidays. The weather was crappy and the roads horrible. My dad based a lot of his self-worth on being a badass who never had to compromise for the situation. So he was probably barreling through at 10 over the speed limit, if not more. I was in the back, completely absorbed in my Nintendo DS, so I don't even know what hit us. There was just a lot of noise, and the world spun around, and then I was suddenly standing in front of my bathroom mirror, earlier that same day, brushing my teeth. I don't even remember pain. I must have died almost instantly. Those are the good ones. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I was scared they'd think I was crazy. I was so damn tense during the whole trip when we got on the road again, but there's a butterfly effect thing at play, and just knowing about the crash was enough to change things. It didn't happen again. A car accident is a precision event, and a few seconds makes a world of difference. Eventually I convinced myself that it was all just a really weird, horrific dream, and I moved on from it. My next death was 6 years later, when I discovered I'm allergic to sesame. I was hiking with some friends, and someone gave me a sesame cracker when we stopped for a snack. Cue my throat closing up, and 7 panicking teenagers tried to give me the Heimlich. I remember Brian suggesting they should try to cut a hole in my neck and stick a straw in it, like he had seen on TV. I had such a crush on Brian, but he was kind of an idiot. I suffocated before they came to an agreement. Suffocation is one of my least favorite ways to die. There's a kind of panic involved that hits right in the lizard brain. I stopped breathing, and then suddenly I was in my bathroom that morning, putting on some very subtle eyeliner so that Brian would think I had nice eyes but didn't wear makeup. Naturally, I flashed right back to the crash when I was 11. Once could be a nightmare, but twice I was freaked out for weeks. My parents wanted to put me in therapy because my behavior was so weird. They thought I was on drugs. It was the most attention they had paid to me in years, and it was not welcome. I kept the experience to myself. Once again, it made a point of putting on a brave face and trying to act normal. But let me tell you something. If you act normal long enough, it starts to sink in. I didn't exactly forget about my 2 deaths, but they stopped looming so large in my mind after a while. I kind of let it go until I drowned at 20. This one was my fault. I was sloppy drunk at a party in a friend's boat, or a friend of a friend, really. With my parents' divorce and my dad's cancer, I wasn't in a great place mentally back then, so just self-destructive was my norm. I was still an anomaly in college, but I hadn't seen the inside of a classroom in a while. I saw the bottom of a lot of solo cups, though, the ceiling of a lot of guys, bedrooms too, if I'm being brutally honest, and I didn't give a damn. I fell off the boat and I was drunk and disoriented, and the water was cold. Even though I'm not a bad swimmer, I drowned. Salt water drowning isn't exactly pleasant, but it takes a while. It's better than freshwater drowning. Freshwater drowning burns. I found myself a few hours earlier doing my hair over the sink in my dorm room before I went out that night, staring at myself in the mirror. I only had 3 dead points, but the drowning was an anomaly because I only went back a few hours instead of all the way to the morning. 3 deaths, 3 leaps back to the bathroom. I had some kind of bathroom-based immortality. I don't know. I stayed home and stayed sober that night, trying to remember everything I could about my 3 deaths and 3 rivals, so I could find a common thread between the bathrooms. When I had the allergic reaction, I didn't go back to the last time I used the bathroom because there was a disgusting wooden shed by the parking lot where I took a piss before we started the hike. I think maybe I used the bathroom at a gas station on the trip when I was 11 too, and technically my dorm's sink was not a bathroom, it was just a sink. My room shared a toilet and a shower with the room next door. I only had a sink and a mirror to myself. A mirror. That was the key. Every time I came back, I was staring into my own eyes in a mirror. That was my save point. Like in a video game, I was sure then, but trust me, I have long since proven it. I have never deliberately offed myself to test it, but I was already in a reckless phase, and thinking I was immortal did not inspire me to get a better place. I was already taking risks, but now the risks got stupid. No more helmets, no more seatbelts, no more letting a friend know where I was going when I met up with a strange guy for the first time. I read once that a guy's biggest fear when he approaches a girl is that she will humiliate him, and a girl's biggest fear is if she rejects a guy is that he will murder her. I didn't do much rejecting in those days, so I'm not sure about that side of it, but I did only get murdered once, which seems like a pretty good track record with my body count. He'd strangled me because I wouldn't let him do it without a condom. We were both super drunk, which I guess was a factor on his side, but I've been with a lot of very drunk guys who didn't put their hands around my neck when I pissed them off. I actually went on the date with him again after I flashed back to putting on my makeup beforehand, but the second time around I stabbed him in the throat in the restaurant, and then wouldn't drop the knife when the cops showed up. Getting shot isn't that bad as deaths go. It's quick if they have decent aim and don't spare the bullets. I ghosted him in the 3rd round. Of course, I didn't have the ability to punish him in any way that would stick, but I felt like one murder each made us even. I crashed a motorcycle. I fell off a bluff and landed on my head. I dived into a lake that was too shallow for diving. I OD'd, like 12 times. I got my head bashed on the side of a table in a bar fight that I totally started. I died a lot, and I always woke up the last moment I made eye contact with myself in a mirror. I got pretty deliberate about my mirror saves. I had a mirror hanging on the wall by my front door so that I could give myself a checkpoint every time I left the house. That was the beginning of the end of my sense of self-preservation during that time in my life. But it was enough to keep me in the world, no matter how many times I could court death and found it. Living like you can't die, but kind of want to, isn't something you can do forever. The thrill wore off. I didn't grow a sense of caution, but after a few years I stopped chasing the Reaper quite so actively. Around 2 years ago, my dad died, and 3 years after my first drowning, when I realized I hadn't died in weeks and hadn't partied in longer, even my drinking calmed down. I never got entirely sober because I guess I was one of those people who was drinking for the situation, not for the drink itself. I got back without really trying to. I just didn't feel like doing it anymore. I didn't feel like doing anything. Without real death, it was hard to scrape together a meaning for life. I did a year of dull moping before I decided to try and use my mirror trick for something good. It was kind of unkillable, so I could find a way to use that to help other people, not just hurt myself, right? I'm not very clever, so you all in the comments can probably come up with a better ideas for how I could have been a superhero. I settled on search and rescue. It wasn't entirely my idea. Brian worked for a state search and rescue agency. We had gotten back in touch after I came off my 3-year bender, so I heard his scary stories about squeezing through deadly caverns looking for missing kids, trekking up into the mountains way off the path to bring back a body that used to be an imprudent rock climber. It was risky work, and I could take more risks than anyone. I could go into the caves where no one else dared to follow. I could climb the unstable rock face. I could search the banks of the flood-swollen river and not worry about falling in. I did fall in once, by the way. Nasty way to die. Remember what I said about freshwater drowning? Yeah, combine that with getting beaten and scraped to hell by every bit of debris in the torrent with you. My worst death ever was cave diving and getting stuck back during my reckless phase, but falling in the river was high on the list. Worth it though. The next time around I already knew where to find the kid. Before the water got too high and took him, I saved that kid, and it only cost me one kind of painful death. I worked in search and rescue for the past 4 years. Brian and I got together for a while, and he's a sweet guy, but I didn't really work for him. We're still friends. I don't die nearly as much as I used to. I take risks when I need to save people. But I wasn't chasing the highs, so I only took risks when I needed to. I don't know, in some kind of nasty irony that I find myself where I am right now when I spent 3 years trying to destroy myself every which way around, never fully succeeded. For the past 3 days, my team has been looking for a 14-year-old girl named Skylar. She was camping with her parents and was gone one morning when they came out of their tent. Our working theory was that she turned around when she tried to go back to camp and got turned around. The woods in the dark can really mess you up, especially if you're not used to them. Skylar was a city kid. The weather was not great. It wasn't cold enough that we were sure we were looking for a body. For someone so unfamiliar with hiking and camping, Skylar left a damn little trail behind her. We spread out from her campsite on a grid. All the usual stuff. 3 days is a long time to be missing. Little kids sometimes hunker down in weird places and don't respond like you think when you call out to them, but a teenager should have the sense to help in her own rescue, which concerned me greatly. I was searching some of the unstable spots at the foot of the mountain we recommend people not to climb. It was way off from where Skylar started, but she wasn't anywhere else, and I didn't want my colleagues poking around such a dangerous place. Let me get right to the point. I was too focused on the hunt and not in the habit of looking out for myself, so I guess it's not a shock that I did not notice the drop until I fell in. But I still feel like such a fool. A 30-foot drop shattered my leg and knocked me senseless, but left me alive. I found Skylar, though. Poor kid. She had probably been dead since the day she went missing. However, she survived the fall, just like I had. I know because she seemed to have made an effort to check her own injuries using a hand mirror she had left in her pocket. I was dazed and hurt and not expecting a damn mirror at the bottom of the pit. So what did I do? I looked right at it before I knew any better. Eye contact, my save point. The worst thing I've ever done and will be paying for it forever. My leg is very badly broken, and I guess there's some internal bleeding. And how do I know this? Because I will be dead in under an hour. Spare me your suggestions on how to save myself. I don't have enough reception for a phone call, but I do have internet off and on, so of course I've tried calling for help. No one can get to me in time. God knows Brian has tried at least a dozen times by now. I've also sent goodbyes to my friends and families on previous runs. It feels kind of pointless since it just gets wiped away every time I die and wake up next to Skylar's dead body, staring into her mirror. This time I'm sharing my story here in case it helps anyone else. I have no idea if the mirror trick only applies to me or if this is how it goes for everyone. But how would you know unless you have died and come back? I also don't know if it's just me resetting and I leave behind some original timeline in some parallel universe, or if I'm taking everything with me. I guess it's better if it's the latter. This message is no good to anyone because it won't last beyond my death. Maybe I just want someone else to know. Finally, I've never told anyone about what happens to me. It's my thing and died so intimately with a very dark time in my life. I have never wanted to share my story, but it's my doom, and I do not want to be alone with it anymore. Every time I die, I go back to the last time I looked myself in the eyes. Maybe you will too. Maybe you should pay attention to those moments when you really confront yourself in a mirror. Because if you're very, very unlucky, it could end up leading you to hell. U/medium-E. A military legend that would give you chills. Okay, so I've never been much of a Reddit guy, but have recently gotten out on it of interest in of these isolated staircases found 30 or 40 miles into the woods. You know how it goes. A few hours pass and I find myself here. Blah blah blah. Anyways, I grew up in a military family, probably why I currently serve, and have heard endless stories about combat, barracks, shenanigans, things of that sort, so I never paid a whole lot of attention. One night, my uncle told me I'd have a hard time forgetting. I realized this was because you never hear of ghost stories in the military. So here it goes. One night around 2 a.m., I sit alone at one of the back gates of a small National Guard post in Mississippi. It was cold outside, so he sat inside of his guard box with a small space heater and a cup of coffee. He would have a radio check in every hour or so in order to let his command know that he was okay and nothing had occurred throughout the night. As he sat alone reading a book, he heard a small wail coming from a few hundred yards up the gravel road he was spotted at. Too dark to see that far, so he left the inside of his guard box to get a better look. At this point, he was startled because the scream sounded like something out of a horror film, deep and sorrowful. To his surprise, after staring into the darkness for a moment, a young woman appeared, covered in blood and limping down the road. Still distraught and screaming, she makes her way closer and closer to him. At this point, the soldier takes off in her direction in order to provide her any medical aid that he could. Once they meet, she starts screaming that she had a wreck a ways up the road and her child was in the car. She begged him to go save her child. Realizing how cold it was, he wrapped his fleece jacket around her bloody body, covering it in blood. He placed her back in the guard box and took off in a sprint down the road. He arrived to find a car flipped upside down and a small child unharmed and crying in the back. Once he removed the child and laid him on the road, he went to check to see if anyone else was in the car. When he arrived back at the car, he could not believe what he saw. The woman from before, bloody and dead, in the front seat, still strapped in. He removed her from the car and checked grabbed the child and hurried back to the guard box in order to radio up his unit. Upon his arrival, he found his fleece jacket laying on the ground outside the box without a trace of blood. I hope you all have enjoyed this. It gave me some chills when I heard it. People always associate ghosts with evil and negativity, but in this case it just seemed like the mom's unfinished business was simply to save her child, and had no need to roam the earth once that was finished. Lipfelia. I found an abandoned Nissan in the Alaska bush. What happened afterwards haunts me to this day. Back in my 20s, I was what you might call an adventure girl, a vagabond, somebody who roams, a gypsy. About 10 years ago, give or take, something happened that changed all of that. I moved to the city, got a boring job in a boring apartment, and became decidedly adverse to the outdoors. I haven't really told anyone about it all that time, save my now wife, because, well, for one, they think I'm crazy, and for two, I don't want to think about that night. However, I'm finally putting it in here, because you all deserve to hear it. After all, you are the ones that probably saved my life. All the time that I was in Alaska, I had just graduated college and moved from Texas to Alaska out of desire for, you guessed it, adventure. I had a job doing stuff I liked. It paid well and gave me enough vacation days to get out and do something really adventurous every once in a while. One thing I'd had on my bucket list since moving north was driving the Dalton Highway. For those unfamiliar with this highway, that's a generously highway that goes from Fairbanks, Alaska to Prudhoe Bay on the Arctic Ocean. It's a 500-mile wide, 11-hour drive in the summer, but thanks to work realities, I wasn't able to get out of there until early autumn. By early autumn, the snow had started, but the plows were still able to keep the highway pretty clear, and I was driving a 95 Toyota Land Cruiser, kitted out for expeditions. Besides that, I was an adventure girl. I was prepared. I had camping gear, emergency gear, a satellite phone, plenty of food and water, enough jerry cans for the trip there and back, and Sam Colt's greatest invention in the center console, just in case. For the unfamiliar, that's the 1911. I love that gun. I was planning to make the trip in 2 days, sleeping in the back of the Land Cruiser halfway. I had enough blankets to keep warm, and I had a nice comfy space back there that I could fit in. I'd have to drive slower because of the snow. I wanted to enjoy the scenery, and the sun was setting pretty early by that time of year. I had a good start that day, and the driving was fine. By the time shit went down, it had been dark for about an hour, and I was getting into the foothills of the Brooks Range. That's beautiful scenery. Also, terrain I didn't want to be going through in the dark. I was just about ready to pull over for the night when I saw caution flashers up ahead. For those who do not know what this means, it is a hard rule for any Alaskan that you always pull over when you see someone in distress on the side of the road. A remote road like that. Especially after the snow starts. If they are not prepared for an emergency, there is a very good chance that you could save their life. And that's exactly what I did. I pulled over next to a Nissan SUV. Not as nice, get it as mine, but not bad either. I figured they were doing the same thing I was. Small world. By the jack under one axle and the wheel sitting next to the car, they'd blown a tire. What I didn't see were any people. I cautiously got out of my Land Cruiser, crunching down into the snow, and looked around. There are not a ton of trees that far north, but there are quite a few patches of evergreens that, while not quite a forest, can be pretty dark and thick on a snowy night. Hey, I called, my voice going dead, a few yards away as sound does in snowy woods. Y'all need help. No answer. Dead silence, except for the faint clicking over the flasher from the inside their Nissan. I shouted again, anybody there? I've got tools. No answer again. Dead silence. I considered myself a pretty brave bitch back then, but I'll admit that I was creeped out at this point. This vehicle had not been there for all that long, but there was no one to be seen anywhere. Besides that, the dead quiet and the darkness of the night were unnerving. It was not that weird for it to be silent on a snowy night like this that far north, but still freaking creepy. Creepy enough that I hopped back in the car and grabbed my 45, storing it in one of the big pockets in the front of my jacket, just in case. You know, there are bears up here and other wild animals. I approached the Nissan and saw footprints in the snow. Okay, not a ghost car. Great. One pair had been crouched down on the removed tire, and the other had been standing a couple feet away by the rear of the SUV. The latter pair had then at some point headed off toward the tree line. It stopped a few yards down, paced around a bit, then continued into the woods. The pair near the tire had then presumably later gotten up and ran after the first. I was no tracker by any means, but it's not hard to tell when someone was running in snow. Now, I was really freaked out. I was tempted to hop back in the car and kept driving for a long while, but I said this could have easily been life or death up here. Besides, I had my 45. I could handle a grizzly. Probably. That was the worst I'd find up here. Maybe. So off I went, following those two sets of footprints into the dark woods. It wasn't just dark, it was fucking dark. But don't worry, y'all, I had really nice flashlight. Surefire, baby, adventure girl, remember. The dead quiet seemed to get even deader and quieter as soon as I passed the tree line. As sound does in snowy woods. Probably. The only thing comforting me that I had not gone deaf was the sound of my own breath and my boots crunching in the snow. Hey, I called out again, maybe 20 yards into the woods. Is everyone okay? This time I got a response. It was a woman's voice and it sounded afraid. Over here, it called, help. I got a spring in my step at that, jogging towards the sound of the voice, shining my light through the trees to try and catch a glimpse. Over here, it called again, much closer, help, help. Remember when I said, y'all probably saved my life? This is when that happened. I stopped. The hair on the back of my neck had stood on end, and a chill had run down my spine. Something was off about that voice. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was just slightly wrong. I pointed my light towards where I'd heard it. Are you hurt? I said. Voice raised, but not quite shouting anymore. Help. Help. The voice called twice again. Only it was closer with each help. I had not heard the crunch of any footsteps. this exact situation was tugging at the back of my mind as something I should be terrified of. I tried one more time. "What's your name?" I asked, cautiously. "Help," the voice called, and it could have been more than a few yards off. That was enough for me to swap my light to my left hand and bring out the Colt with my right. I pointed both in the direction of that voice and finally caught a glimpse of something besides the trees. Off in the distance, barely visible, I could see a bundle of something laying in the snow, human-sized, and the snow all around it was stained dark. My head was in the middle of processing what it was seeing when I saw movement between me and the body. "Oh shit, that was a body." I pointed my flashlight and it got at the source of the movement. Humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, but it was all wrong. Limbs too long, body too tall, its hair thin and wiry, its antlers, fucking antlers, and its face, which also, I assure you, so wrong, stained dark with what I can only assume was blood. I fired 2 shots and hauled ass. I don't even know if the bullet slowed it down. I don't know if I even hit it. I ran faster than I'd ever run before, and by the cracking branches and crunching stump behind me, this thing was giving chase. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest, and my lungs burned from sucking in the freezing air. Once or twice I saw death flash before me as I nearly lost my footing in the snow, but I managed to stay upright. As I ran, I heard some more snapping, more crunching, not just behind me now, but all around. There were more. I got really lucky that night. I was lucky to have spotted the body, lucky to have run just fast enough and not fallen on my face, lucky none of whatever they were. I have a guess, but I'd rather not hazard it by saying, or just a bit closer or faster. I was lucky that I'd dabbled in enough spooky stories that my alarm bells had gone off, and I was lucky that the poor couple, maybe in that Nissan, had gotten stranded there and suffered the grisly fate they suffered. After all, I was planning to stop just as I saw those caution flashers. I'd have been right there in those same woods asleep. I don't want to think about what would have happened to me if it had been the case. I made it to my car, which I was again lucky to have left running, thinking I wouldn't go far. I leaped in, slammed and locked the door, and threw it in reverse as I saw a dark, lanky shape coming out of the trees. As I got moving, the headlights revealed what had been chasing me. I can't say exactly how many it was, or how many there were. My mind just could not process it. At least half a dozen, all of them were similarly stretched pale to the point of being almost white, with various forms of antlers and primitive-looking clothing. You know what I'm talking about, right? I reversed down the road as fast as I dared without risking going off and dooming myself to certain death. For a good half-mile before I finally got the nerve to turn around, then I flew down the highway all the way back to Fairbanks. Only stopping once. I found a nice well-lit motel in the middle of the city. The next day I was back in Anchorage. I thought about calling the state troopers. Someone was going to find the Nissan, probably find the bodies. They'd find my casings, my tire tracks. I could end up a murder suspect. I decided against it, though. If I ratted out myself, I'd be a murder suspect anyway, and then they'd know it was me. Better to bet that no one could tie me to that scene, especially being as far from local as I was. Over the next week, I packed my shit, bailed on my job and my lease, and moved back to Texas. I never ended up with police banging on my door, so I guess guess I made the right decision. To this day, I still have nightmares about those wrong, elongated things chasing me. Yeah, I probably have some PTSD, but it's not like I can talk to a therapist about it without ending up in a loony bin. I'm not an adventure girl anymore. I never go anywhere at night. I stay in the city as much as possible. I didn't get out of there unscathed, but I got out of there alive, which is better than I can say for the poor folks in the Nissan. I was lucky. You 3D throwaway. My 3Ds proves that someone or something. My 3DS proves someone or something enters my house almost daily. Update. Day 2 at the end, original post. I'm going to skip the cliche. I lurk but never had a reason to boast and save you the time. Something has been coming into my house, my bedroom, specifically almost daily while I'm at school. I'm not entirely sure for how long, but I think I might. Around a week ago, on the 10th of February, I believe, I got home from school and did what I always do. Dump my bags by the door, grab something to eat, and head to my room to boot up my laptop to browse the internet and play some games. Lately, I've been hooked on Fire Emblem Awakening for the DS. Yeah, I'm in high school and still play Nintendo. Let's just look past that, shall we? I didn't notice it at first, but one of the save files wasn't my own. I skipped the screen so quickly it never really crossed my mind on the first day, but the third day, the 12th, I noticed something. The file in the third spot progresses through the missions. The save I use is on the second slot, and the first one is an old save I screwed up with and never got around to deleting. Either way, I found this odd, so I investigated. The avatar character was female, white hair, nothing unusual for the game, so nothing really seemed off besides the name, which is simply V, as in Victor. I checked out some things, but everything seemed relatively normal, aside from the fact that I could not remember for my life making this file. Against my better judgment, I shrugged it off and switched over to my own file and resumed my daily activities. The next day, I decided to check the V save and realized that it also progressed around 2 story chapters. Slightly intrigued, I decided to leave it for another day, although nothing happened to the file over the weekend, but on Monday it still progressed. I live alone with my mother, who always gets home after me, so family messing with it while I'm at school is out of the question. Yesterday I decided to test something and put my 3DS in a drawer instead of on the table where I usually leave it. When I got home, V, quote-unquote, whoever or whatever it is left it out on the table, and today I brought it to school with me and left it in my backpack. When I got home, a sticky note was on the spot where I usually leave my 3DS with a drawing of the system followed by a question mark. Under the drawing was a frowny face and the letter B, which I have started using to refer to this entity as. I've decided to write this now to mark my findings in case I should dig too deep or something. But after that day, I'm not sure if whatever this is even evil. Maybe it's somebody living in my house. I'm open to suggestions as I'm at a loss of what else to try. I will update if everything else interesting or important occurs. Update. Hello again. No sleep. I would like to start by saying how pleased I am that you are all taking as much interest in this V character as I am. I would like to say that my quote, let's look past being in high school and still playing 3DS, unquote, wasn't a shame or embarrassing thing, just a bit of deterrence from anyone who would criticize such. Just to clear that up, as that was a common theme in the comments. I'm also tacking this to yesterday's post, as it is too short to be its own update. This morning I took some common advice and left a sticky note of my own, along with some additional games. I didn't say much, just a simple, quote, want to play anything else, question mark, unquote, and placed it atop my 3DS in its usual spot. On top of that, I placed a few other games, Star Fox, Link Between Worlds, etc., pretty much anything I had that supports multiple save files. I left for school, proceeded about my day as usual, responding to a few comments during the school day. Once I returned home, I made my way upstairs. I got a response. Well, somewhat, it was just a smiley face signed with the letter V, just as the last one was. Whoever or whatever this is doesn't like communicating using words, yet seems to understand them clearly. As I did play the games I left out with the note. Although judging by the times, Fire Emblem still remains a favorite. However, this dislike for using actual words intrigues me with just what I'm dealing with here, and I'm interested in learning more, as I'm not sure what this is, what it looks like, or even its intentions. Therefore, I faked a head cold and have earned myself tomorrow off, where I will be home alone. I'm going to have a bit of a personal stakeout, if you will. If all goes well, there most certainly will be another update regarding it tomorrow. Sorry to disappoint, today's update won't have the amazement and intrigue that tomorrow's will hopefully bring. I've also taken requests of a few and taken pictures of the box of sticky notes for reference. All I can say at this point is I'm too deep now and I'm figuring out who V is. See you tomorrow, no sleep. Update 2. Hello again. Good news, I am still alive. But I did need some time to mull over what I saw today, hence the late update. Sorry about that. I suppose I should start with what I found out in my little stakeout. 1, I think it's safe to use she as a pronoun for V, whatever this is, at the very least taking a human form. 3, it does also appear to need rest, for don't sit in cramped closet for 8 hours either. Honestly, I wonder if it was worth it, because I think I made more questions than answers. But day came, and with it I was left home alone. The moment that the door closed, I went to full preparation mode. Ran downstairs, hid my backpack, my jacket, a pair of sneakers to create the illusion I was at school, as usual. I then checked all locks and returned to my room, cleared out the space in my closet, and closed the door, leaving a small crack for watching. About 45 minutes later, I was just about ready to give up. That's when it happened. It was faint, but I heard some sort of sound emanating from the window, and before it could even register in my head, a shadowy figure appeared outside, which is on the second story. I keep as silent and still as possible. Whatever the this was, removed the screen to my window and pushed open the window. I was absolutely positive I'd locked it. At this point, I realized too late that my phone was in my backpack. The being I could only assume was V entered my room, replaced the screen, and closed the window. She wore a dark blue hoodie, clearly a few sizes too big, with jeans, sneakers, a baseball cap, and sunglasses. Her clothes were all tattered and dirty, even patched in some places, and her face was nearly equally as dirty. The best words I can use to describe her would be street rat or something similar. Yet the most off-putting thing about her was her hair. Despite how dirty and tattered the rest of her hair was a perfect ivory white. She removed her hood, hat, and glasses. She appeared to be about my age, maybe slightly older. She moved out of my sight from the small space between the closet door and wall. I'm not sure what she did with the door for a full 2 minutes or so. I heard my bedroom door open. I could only assume she was doing a sweep of the house, making sure everyone was gone. When she returned, she pretty much behaved as if it were her own room. She laid down on my bed, smiled as she picked up the 3DS from its usual spot. From my spot in the closet, I could hear her boot it up and launch her favorite fire emblem. From what I've witnessed, she seems human as can be. I heard her give a slight giggle at the game's humor a couple times. She switched games once or twice, and I'm pretty sure she closed the 3DS a few times and slept for a little while, as I did. I dozed off a few times, but luckily remained unnoticed. I couldn't figure it out, though. I had never seen her face around. I haven't seen anyone with such white hair either. It struck me odd. I honestly felt weird watching someone in my room from my closet, but I was in too deep and dared not move enough to make noise. Her actions seemed so mundane, yet I was so intrigued how something could make itself at home like this in my bedroom. A while later, at what I can only assume is around the time I arrive home, she shut down the 3DS, put her hood on, hat and sunglasses back on, exited the same way she came in. The part that disturbs me the most about her exit, once I was sure she was gone, I left my hideaway in the closet. I checked the window. It was still locked tight, and the screen was still bolted on. I spent a few hours mulling over what I saw on top of something else. With the pictures I posted, you guys noticed that the first one had something I didn't notice at first. 3 curved lines. The only logical thing I can think of is a Wi-Fi symbol, but I'm not sure of its relevance. It's also worth noting that no dirt got on anything, which I also find strange. That was how I spent my Friday. I'm not expecting any activity over the weekend, just like last. I suppose my next update should be around Monday. I suppose I'll see you then. No sleep. Until then, I will be responding to comments when I can keep proving I'm alive. I'm not sure what my next move is. Dooding_bound. DOODING_bound. My wife, she started filming herself eating. I swear it all started out innocently enough. My wife, Carol, and I had fallen on hard times due to the pandemic. She had gotten laid off from her position at MI. Ours had been cut due to our clients tightening up their purses the last couple of years. We had a toddler, Marcia, and a cat to feed, as well as ourselves. It was eating up our savings. We didn't want to be out of home. We were terrified. One night we were sitting at home. She had, at least I thought, jokingly talked about creating an OnlyFans page. We toyed with the idea a bit, and eventually her face got more serious and she started talking numbers. I loved Carol. I trusted her, and honestly, we could use the money. We talked for a while longer about it, what our boundaries were on what we agreed, that it wouldn't be anything outright lewd or erotic. And she suggested the idea of eating in front of a camera. Apparently that's a thing. Whatever. I agreed, I guess. It seemed harmless enough. Well, it started off harmless. We set up a camera in our spare office facing the desk. Every other night she would order takeout and eat in while we were filming. She would post it wherever online. Things carried on normally like this for a couple of months. She had ordered her own food, stuff herself in another room while we ate at the dining table. I'll admit the money was good enough that it actually surpassed what she would have been making working a normal job. Carol bumped up the filming once a day, one day at lunch and the other day at dinner. Of course, she gained a little bit of weight, but hell, I'm no prime example of vigorous health. As the weeks went on, she spent more and more time filming these eating videos. We paid off the remainder of our auto loan. We put down a good chunk on our mortgage. We were able to start a college fund for Marcia. Our saving account was looking healthier than ever. Her health, however, wasn't looking too hot. She began to lose breath quicker than usual. Eventually, she stopped coming on our family walks in the park. It wasn't a big deal, just a couple times a week we would go to stretch our legs. After a while, she said she would prefer to stay home for the time being. At this point, I started to get a bit more concerned. No amount of money is worth throwing away your health, even if your insurance would cover whatever came up. I remember talking about it to her, that maybe she should slow down with her project and maybe cut it off entirely. She was furious with me. She cried. She asked me if I still loved her. Of course, I told you I do. She was the love of my life. She'd given us a beautiful daughter. I caved in and just pleaded with her to be careful. A few more months passed. We saw her less and less. She moved a television into the office. She got a larger, more comfortable chair to sit in. She gained so much weight in half a year. I did not think it was possible, and I knew, sure as hell, that it wasn't healthy. She was having trouble standing without aid, and it seemed like she almost could fit through the door to the office. If she tried, I confronted Carol once more about it, and I swear I've never seen my wife get so pissed. She was red in the face, and she waved her hand around the house. Keep your goddamn nose out of my business. This entire house and you are being paid for by my work. If you don't support me here, then I will find someone who does. Our daughter had peeked in and began crying. It was horrible to see her like that. I couldn't argue with her. She did support us at this point. I began to take her meals into her on her demand. She would take the food and glare at me until I left the room again. Any further attempts I made at making her see sense was met with threats of divorce, taking the kids, destroying my life. I guess I justified myself in being a part of this. At least the rest of us were comfortable. Money was not an issue to us anymore. And that particular nightmare is not one I ever want to revisit. I used to think financial troubles were the worst kind of nightmare I'd ever face, and honestly, they're still up there. However, as a year passed, her mood got worse and worse, and Carol got more and more obsessed with her followers. I never thought I would describe almost seen if her limbs had begun to shrunk. Her arms and legs looked like spindly, useless attachments to her mass. Her neck had fattened to the point that it looked like her head was attached directly to her massive torso. Her mouth seemed much wider than before, and she was almost sweating. She began to scream at me for more food, always more, more, more. She would sob if I did not get it for her. I had to. I didn't want her to suffer. I never wanted her to suffer. Our cat disappeared a month ago. It happened one night when I had taken Marcia out to the playground. Carol texted me, "I'm hungry. Bring me something now." I texted back that we were at the park. We wouldn't be back for another half an hour or so. "I'm starving." We got back with a couple large pizzas for her. Our cat is a bit shy, so I didn't notice until much later in the day he was gone. God, I just assumed we'd left a window open or something. I swore it was crazy. Carol's limbs actually looked like they were getting shorter, retreating within her. She did not look like my wife. Maybe it was not my wife. The next week, I looked through our accounts for the first time in a while. Her deposits had stopped a month ago. She didn't listen to anything I told her she needed to see a doctor. She could not stand up. I began to cut back on how much food I would bring into her, but it didn't seem to halt her growth, which was noticeable on daily now. All it did was enrage her. She would get red, her face contorted into a snarl, spindling flying from her wide mouth. She would point a shriveled, atrophied arm and scream curses, her eyes beady and full of fury, recessed into her massive head. Her hair began to fall out. I was so fucking tired and terrified of the whole situation. I could not go in and feed her the last day. I could hear her screaming. Then she called out for our daughter. Marcia went in. Marcia never came out. I got worried. I opened the door. I saw Marcia's foot laying at the base of the monster that used to be my wife. She ate my daughter. Oh God, she ate my daughter. When I saw it, I couldn't move for a while. What felt like hours. But I know it wasn't. The monster saw my look of horror. I don't know what happened. I saw the monster move for the first time since it consumed my wife. I don't know how many months ago. It heaved itself off its perch. It almost seemed to slither, drag itself over towards the door. It couldn't fit through the door frame. It pressed hard against it. Oh my God, I couldn't move. The door frame of the office began to creak horribly and bulge outwards before I came to. I ran. I got in the car. I drove. I'm out now. Oh my God, my daughter, my daughter, my daughter. And what the hell happened to my wife? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? One more. Hyperobscura. I made an unholy deal to save my wife from cancer, but it did not go as planned. Pancreatic cancer. That's what it's called, the thing that's slowly killing my wife. It doesn't sound so horrifying, does it? Pancreatic, it's the cancer part that's bad, obviously. It's the cancer part that's slowly eating away at my wife, my one true love, relentlessly devouring every part of her until there's just a withering, wheezing stranger left, her tormented gaze begging for it to be over. Every fiber of her being ached for death. I promise promise you I've tried everything up to that point, and I mean everything. You'd be amazed and appalled at the sheer quantity of bullshit, snake oil, miracle remedy shit you'll find if you just go looking for. All of the healers, shamans, witch doctors, and loathsome charlatans preying on the weak and desperate. But conventional medicine had failed me, failed my wife, and I could not find it in me to give up, no matter how much she begged me to. At first, the nameless street seemed just like any other hoax, a nonsensical ritual pasta designed to amass internet points. But the more I looked into it, the more I came to believe that there had to be some merits to it. Too many identical claims, too many similar experiences, too many vivid descriptions coming up empty on all their leads. I decided there'd be no harm in giving it a shot. The nameless street was as simple in its complexity as it was complex in its simplicity. At the end of an unnamed street, look for an abandoned house with a locked basement door. Find a way to get into the basement without breaking the lock. In the room beyond, you'll find two chairs facing each other. Make sure to lock the door again. Place 66 candles in a wide circle around the room. At the center, place 1/6 of a candle. 6, 6, 6. When night is at its darkest, light all the candles. Sit down in the chair with the back turned to the door. Count loudly to 66 and 1/6. If you get it all right, the devil himself will appear, granting you a single wish in exchange for your soul. Finding the nameless street was not easy, but at the same time it wasn't hard either. I stumbled upon it really. I went searching every evening after my visit at the hospital. The only thing that kept me going, seeing her wasting away, another fragment of her dying every day, body, mind, soul. Soon there'd be nothing left but memories. I paced the streets tirelessly for weeks, making sure to cover as much ground as I possibly could. Then one night, it was just there. The doctors gave her a month, maybe less. We've been together since high school, 10 years, got married as soon as we legally could, sharing dreams of children, a house, a dog, a station wagon, a normal, boring, wonderful life. We are going to grow old together, die together, locked in an unbreakable embrace, exhaling our last breath at the exact same moment. But now she is leaving me, fading. I felt helpless, lost, and alone. I needed this. I needed it to be real. Just like I imagined a harrowing house at the end of the street. All the windows smashed in, front door missing, exterior graying and fading. A faint smell of urine lingered inside, and the walls were all covered in tasteless graffiti. I didn't care to inspect the house itself. I was there for one thing and one thing only. I descended the ramshackle stairs leading down to a surprisingly sturdy-looking wooden door. Gave the handle a try. Locked. Yep, this was the place. When I wasn't at the hospital, Stan was. I did not even have to convince him. I just wanted someone to be there by her side at all times. I think he understood that. My brother got along well with my wife, and it seemed like the right thing to do. When I arrived after work, Stan would be there, and we'd talk for a bit. Her cancer affected him too, devoured him like it devoured me. He looked older than any younger brother should. I had to fix this, or we'd all just fade into nothingness. I returned the next evening with candles and tools. I had no idea how to pick a lock, but luckily some guy on YouTube did, and after about 30 minutes of finagling and cursing, I heard a soft click, 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 followed by the door sliding open. The basement was just how I'd imagined it. Cramped, dark, damp. 2 chairs placed at the exact center. Once I'd made sure the door was locked, I started placing the candles in a wide circle, saving the 1/6 of a candle for last. I sat down on the chair with the back turned to the door and waited. When the night is at its darkest, how can you tell isn't night just a lack of light? When the sun is down, isn't it just down? I felt stupid, ignorant, like I fooled myself into believing something that would never work. How could it work? I was being utterly ridiculous. But still, I couldn't give up now. I had to try. I owed my wife that much. I started lighting the candles. I figured it wouldn't get any darker and couldn't very well spend all night in that creepy abandoned shithole. Better to just get it over with. I took a good 5 minutes to get all the candles in the circle lit. I swallowed deeply before lighting the final one. It didn't feel any different, but I sat down regardless and started counting loudly to 66 and 6 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. My voice range hollow and insincere. I glanced around anxiously while counting, but save for the dancing shadows cast by the flickering candles, there was nothing. 33, 34, 35. Don't you find this hysterically ridiculous? A cheery voice queried from behind me. I suppose I wasn't really expecting anything to happen, not really. Thus the sudden realization that someone was there behind me caused me to tumble off the chair in the shock, and I spent quite some time desperately struggling to get back up. I mean, you must have stopped at 66 and 6 and gone, wow, this is some next level absurd shit nonsense, right? He was not what I expected at all. He was young, maybe in his mid-20s, long blonde hair, dressed in jeans and a white hoodie. He smiled widely, emerald green eyes sparkling vividly as I scanned the room. All you had to do was ask. He mimicked holding a phone up to his ear. No need for this unnecessarily elaborate. He paused, wagging his right index finger around theatrically. I want to say ritual. Who are you? I stammered incoherently. Such a useless question, he chuckled. Names have no meaning here. Are you? I staggered back into the wall. Are you the devil? Look, buddy, he grinned wily. It really isn't important. What is, however, is what I can do for you. He wandered around the room nonchalantly, eyes darting back and forth between the flickering candles and me. He was tall and slim, yet unnaturally imposing, like he could squish me like a bug at any moment if he felt like it. I kept backing into the wall, senselessly like a frightened animal. Let's sit, shall we? He beckoned for me to join him as he sat down. We have much to discuss. Jesus Christ, I mumbled. Was this thing happening? Nothing about it felt right. It felt unholy, blasphemous. My back scraped against the cold, protruding bricks of the wall like the pain somehow grounded me to reality. Jesus fucking Christ, I added. Look, you can call me anything you like if it makes you feel better. His piercing eyes dug into my soul. It really doesn't matter what fantasy you subscribe to. In the end, they're all nothing but lies. And just like names, they only hold meaning to owners and believers. And let's just say I am neither. Now sit. Please sit, James. You're making this whole satanic deal thing very awkward for the both of us. devil, but you're surprised. He somehow knows your name. James, you're really out of your depth here. You know that, right? He motioned towards the vacant chair. Sit, James, sit, please, and we'll discuss what I can do for Nora. The mention of her name brought me back from whatever delirious state I was in. I supposed I immediately stopped caring whether it was real or not. The end justifies the means. Isn't that what they say? Even if I was hallucinating, even if this was some insanely convoluted hoax, I had to give it a shot. I had never forgiven myself, or I would never forgive myself if I did not at least try. I hesitantly stumbled to the chair and sat down facing the man. How do you know her name? I asked. How can you possibly know any of this? We have been through this, James. I know all I need to know, and that's just how it is. For instance, I know that Nora, sweet, sweet, darling Nora, is slowly dying from cancer. I say slowly, but that's really not the case anymore, is it? I give her maybe a few days, a week at most. Better start making some arrangements, choose a nice coffin, find a decent plot, organize the service. These things take time, you know. Wouldn't want to half-ass her funeral, now would you? I felt a rush of anger and resentment and sadness and despair. I wanted nothing more than just punch his infuriatingly carefree face in, but something deep down inside me told me that what would be a horrible idea. Instead, I just broke down crying, heavy, convulsive sobs. There, James, my boy. It isn't over yet, he smiled. What if I told you I could take it all out of her, the cancer? Just reach into that frail, broken body and rummage around in there until it's all gone. Wouldn't that be something? I stared at him blankly, tears running down my face. Could you do that? I murmured. Could you really do that? I could. He leaned back, hands behind his head. But you know, I'd have to put it somewhere else. Natural order, balance, and all that shit. But I'll do you a solid, since I kinda like you, James. What do you mean? See, what I do with it, the cancer, it's entirely up to me. I mean, I could just stuff it in you, and normally I would. You know, I'm a sticker for irony. You know how it goes, you can't live with the love of your life, so you make an unholy deal with some diabolical entity to save her, only to die a day later. Hilarious. But since you've grown on me like a tumor, I'll do you one better. What do you say we stick the big Z into your worst enemy instead? My worst enemy? Did I even have enemies? I mean, I didn't really like my boss. My neighbor was incredibly annoying, and the truth be told, I could really do without the "you're not good enough for my daughter" attitude from my mother-in-law too. But an enemy? I suppose my coworker Eric was the closest thing I had to an enemy. He was demanding, demeaning, malicious, always going on about his way to make me look bad. The more I thought about it, the more I realized just how much I hated him. Yes, I said, do it. There's this guy Eric in my job. Oh, I'm sorry, he interrupted. I think you misunderstood me. I don't need to know who you think your worst enemy is. No, James, my guy. I know who your worst enemy is. I just need a yes and the old handshake to confirm our agreement. That's all. How do I know you can do it? I suddenly felt a sobering doubt rising. This is all too good to be true, too fucking crazy to be real. How do I know I can trust you? I'm glad he asked, he chuckled. It's smart, you know. The question, these things, sure, I manifested in this locked basement out of thin air, and you know more about you and your wife than any random stranger possibly could, but I get it. You need proof. He stood up from the chair. Now, I'd love to say this wasn't going to hurt. His eyes gleamed eerily in the darkness, but I'd be lying, and the truth is, everything, isn't it? That's why you're here, for the truth, you know. Not know it yet, granted, but you will, and who knows, you might even come to thank me one day. What are you my chest. I know it's impossible, of course, I know it's impossible, but the pain was real, and the blood was too. Insufferable pain. Like every nerve ending in my body was set on fire. Fountains of blood showered us both, and I felt the sudden presence of an impenetrable darkness. Don't cross over just yet, James, boy, he laughed. We're only just getting started. I could feel him crouching down, touching me from the inside, fingers digging into tissue and muscle and organs, every little prod bringing insurmountable waves of torment, somehow spreading to every pain receptor at once. I couldn't breathe, so I couldn't scream, but I imagined every synapses in my body lighting up simultaneously to form a hysterical howl. Ah, he licked his lips. There we go, just the suckers we're looking for. They can be a handful, let me tell you, and all this blood makes it hard to, takes practice. With a forceful yank, he pulled his hands back, leaving behind a gaping hole in my chest. I should be dead, I thought as I stared into the mangled depths of my own body. I was convulsing uncontrollably in spasming seizures, but I still managed to get a long, good look at what he was proudly holding on to in his dripping, blood-filled hands. Recognize them, he laughed. They're called lungs, primarily used for breathing, I've been told. Ugly suckers, though, don't you think? Most of the stuff you find on the inside doesn't look as good on the outside. I guess there's some meaning to, aesthetics and such. He waved them around playfully, blood squirting everywhere. Every muscle in my body was spasming violently now. I felt my mind starting to slip, overwhelming by the unimaginable pain. I'm going to die, I thought. This is it. This is where they'll find me. But just as alluring darkness was about to overcome me, I was brought back to by his cheery voice. So does that do it? He asked, his mouth now inches from my ear. Are you convinced? Do we have an agreement? I tried my best to nod, but I'm sure. Not exactly sure you could easily discern the voluntary movements from the involuntary anymore. Blood was flowing in thick streams from the gaping wound on my chest, pouring into an impossibly deep pond on the cold concrete below. Suddenly he grabbed my hand and shook it vigorously. Good lad, he laughed heartily. It's a deal then. I'll yank the nasty tumors from sweet darling Nora and pack your worst enemy full of the stuff. Really can't wait for this one. James sounds like an absolute riot. The darkness was closing in. I felt some manner of peace as a thick blanket of heavy tiredness enveloped every part of my being. I'll be on my merry way, then, he said. People to meet and eat, and you know how it goes. I could hear him walking towards the door, heavy steps echoing through the room, too heavy for this lithe frame. Everything was turning black now, and I suppose I was mere seconds away from passing out when his voice brought me back once again. Oh, right, I forgot, he chuckled. You probably need these. Mind-numbing pain shot through my body as he pushed his hands into the wound again, brutally rummaging around in there for what felt like ages. Then, with a sudden yank, he was out again. There you go, he said, good as new. Keep those suckers clean now, you hear. Stay away from cigarettes and huffing asbestos. He laughed. Anyway, be seeing you soon, James. I have a feeling we'll talk again real soon. And with that, he was gone. I was left slumped over my chair, wheezing and spasming for minutes before realizing I was completely fine. I refused to believe it. I examined my chest thoroughly, every inch of it. Turned my attention to the floor, not a drop of blood, not so much as a paper cut on my chest. It was like it had never happened, but it did, didn't it? The pain was so real, so horrible, gruesomely real. Minutes of excruciating torture felt like years, and then nothing. I didn't stick around. What happened next? I got out of that basement in a panicky haze. I never looked back. When I got home, I immediately collapsed on my couch and slept for 12 hours straight. I'm sure I would have slept longer, probably days, maybe a week, but I was ripped from my deep slumber by the sound of my phone. Yeah, I mumbled. Who's this? James, Dan yelled excitedly. You're not gonna believe this. It's a fucking miracle. A miracle. Even the doctors rational way to describe how the cancer had just vanished. Poof, not a trace left in her. A miracle. Deep down, I knew that wasn't the case, of course. Weeks went by, and that night in the basement slowly faded from memory. I guess I was just left with it, pretended it was all some vivid hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation and desperation and grief. And when Eric didn't get horribly sick and die, I'd secretly hoped I just let it all go. Life moved on. Except it didn't. It all stopped in that basement. Maybe not stopped, but perverted. Grew out of control like cancerous cells. My wife sat me down a month later. We need to talk, she said. I could tell by the look on her face that it wasn't anything good. There were tears, lots of them, crocodile and otherwise, in a pained, guilt-ridden expression. She wanted a divorce. She told me she'd been seeing another man for quite some time now, but because of the cancer and her imminent death, she did not have it in her heart to tell me. But now that she was healthy and had her life back, she wanted to move on, wanted to find happiness again. Oh, I remembered yelling, "Who the fuck is he?" "It's your brother," she sniffed pathetically. "It's Stan." I suppose my life ended there. Betrayal comes in all shapes and sizes, but for my own brother, my own flesh and blood, it was too much to bear, and I guess I felt it already then, the hate, that seething anger and fury and resentment consuming every fragment of my existence from then on. She moved out the same day, packed her shit, and went to live with my brother. I sat in the darkness of my trash living room for days, fueled and fed by nothing but bubbling detestation and loathing and hatred. I wanted to burn him alive, nail him to the wall, dig out his eyes with a rusty knife. He was already dead to me, but I wanted dead to the world too. My worst enemy. And then, like clockwork, he got diagnosed with cancer, pancreatic. Just such a beautiful word rolls off the tip of your tongue. Pancreatic. Instant and terminal. My brother died days after they first caught it. Spread faster than anything they'd ever seen, they told me. A reverse miracle of sorts. I cried no tears at the funeral. I don't think I'll ever cry again. Nora couldn't deal with his death or sudden recovery, followed by her hope of a new life with her new love. Smothered instantly by cruel, hideous irony, she hung herself in Stan's garage a week later. I tried to cry at her funeral. I did. I really did, but it was all empty, hollow and void. Soulless husk. There was this moment after they'd lowered her coffin, a brief second of serene silence. No birds, no grieving masses, no wind. Just a perfect moment of tranquility. I could hear him clearly then, in the back of my mind, a cheery chuckle, a hearty laugh. I have a feeling we'll talk again real soon. Just like the uncontrollable growth of abnormal cells, the amass of some of my sins spread to cover every aspect of my existence. There is no miracle, reverse or otherwise, waiting for me at the end of the line. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. There is no end to the tunnel. There is no end. As I stare into the fathomless depths of my empty void soul, I can only nod and agree. I hope you all have enjoyed this scary marathon. I love you all. Be safe.